Welcome to tonight's meeting, February 26th, 2023, for our pre-meeting discussion. I only saw Sarah with a couple of questions, and those were answered. Did you get to read them?
No, not the,
The one on the transit?
yeah.
Okay, so can somebody give that out loud?
Sure. So, Mayor Pro Tem, your question was, if I'm reading the slides correctly, I noticed that the Colfax Federal Station is being pulled from the new route. Why is that? From my memory, that station has a ton of transfer opportunities. Why is that being pulled, and do we know the justification? Also making sure we aren't losing any transfer opportunities at Westminster Station. Do we know if the bus pull-off on Federal to the garage bus station or stay on Federal? I think that would be a will.
Oh, yeah, I
move.
don't know
So
if I-
do we know if the bus
Will,
off of Federal to the garage bus station or stay on Federal will stay? Okay, so, or will stay on
well, my
Federal.
question was, for that one, would it come off of Federal to the station to the bus stop at the station, and then go back out to Federal, or would, to make easier connections, or is it gonna just be straight on Federal?
And I can read the response here that we sent, unless we have somebody in attendance who can answer that.
Chris.
Yep, Chris, is Chris here? Yeah, Chris, come on.
Senior Transportation and Mobility Planner, Chris Chauvin.
Hello, Mayor and Councilors. Some of you have not met me before. I am Chris Chauvin, the Senior Mobility and Transportation Planner up in Community Development. So it's good to be with all of you tonight. On this specific question that you were asking, let's focus first on Colfax Federal. There's two activities that are going on at that intersection. For those of you that are familiar with the area, it's also where Colorado DOT's headquarters are. So you have the train station that's just down Howard Place, and you have the transfer center that sits directly on the intersection there at Federal. Because there's so much else going on there, pedestrian crossings, 6 lanes of traffic, turning movements, the ramps coming on and off of Colfax, they were going to merge those two operations together. Now, where that's going to be placed will be determined in the design. So we're very, very early. So we don't know, is it going to go down Howard Place? Is it going to go up or down Federal? There's actually been conversation about taking the Colfax Federal intersection and making it back to a grade, meaning there's going to be a traffic light there. So that's been thrown around by Denver as a potential option. I've heard you must have already know that. So that's just, we're so early in the design, it's hard to tell exactly what that's going to look like. So we're not there yet. But the idea being is that we're going to merge that operation together, because the traffic logistics and operations in that area are level of service. You can't go lower than F, but I would go to Z. It's so bad. I mean, it's very, very poor. Now, your question about the Westminster station. Right now, the 31 bus does make its left turn. It does a loop, goes up Hooker Street over to 72nd and back out onto Federal, and then it just comes in and does a loop-de-loop and comes back out to go southbound on Federal. With the BRT, which we'll talk about later tonight, that's an articulated bus. So now we've gone from a 44-foot bus to a 55-foot bus. We're not sure it's going to make all those turns, because those are narrow turns, those are narrow streets as you're coming up through there to get to 72nd. So again, early in the process, we have to study that area and see what we're going to do. Logistically, it would be ideal to put it at the signal at 70th, but we have businesses along Federal on the west side of Federal that we would have to have a chat with when the time comes. Getting that bus to come out on a stop control left turn into northbound Federal, that bus would sit there for 15 minutes trying to get out, especially if it's a 60-foot bus. There's just it would take them forever to get out through there. So you don't want to make a left turn if you don't have to. But the consultant team and CDOT are aware of that, and we'll address that as we get further and deeper into the design.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
I would just be more concerned about just the quality of our access to our sad little,
Absolutely.
30 and 1 hour minute, 1 hour.
It's fair. It's an
headways.
hour headways
Yeah.
for the train.
Yeah.
15 to 30 minute for the bus, depending on what time
we
of day
at least
it
have
is.
that, yeah.
I think as we go through the design process, we can come back to you periodically through information, or we'll work through city management to get information to all of you, just to give you an update on where we are, not necessarily on those questions, but just in general. And I'm sure CDOT will come and talk to us again. You know, this is just the first of many times that they're going to come and talk to us. We're talking to you tonight just to get out in front of the outreach that's going to be starting up in March.
Thank you.
Okay?
My question is, didn't we see in the development that's going across the street that I know doesn't have any power to be able to do its thing, but didn't they talk about looking at, they understood with the station on the west side, doing a tunnel or something?
I
mean,
hadn't
they-
heard
I-
of a tunnel,
I think,
but
I know that they're cognizant of all of that, so I just couldn't remember what all they said that they knew, but it was stirring in their heads.
that particular item's not ringing a bell for me, but I know in working on both sides of Federal Boulevard, it's important for us to coordinate the access points and the signalization to where it works for the future BRT and other bus services, as well as access to that site.
And I go on record of, I hate the BRT because it's just an express lane. I've been on record of that since 2004. Okay, any other questions for tonight's agenda that you needed? Did anybody want to take anything off the consent agenda? I didn't hear from anybody. Okay, council reports, Councilor Rosati?
I had the Jeffco EDC, and I sent you guys a write-up on that. It's my first one. Great presentation from Dr. Hogg on their strategic plan that they worked with the EDC on, and others, many others as well. And I gave you guys all details on that already. That's about it.
Thanks. Councilor Hutt?
I attended the second Blueprint Task Force for Adams 12 5-star schools. And then I did a lot with CML. I did the all-day CML workshop on the 15th. And then I attended the CML meeting on the 16th. And then I also attended their land use webinar on the 21st. And then I attended the Westminster Public School Foundation annual community breakfast. I know there was several of you there as well. I thought that was really wonderful, getting to see the kids play their instruments and sing, and I just thought that was wonderful. And then, of course, we had our team building on Saturday, and I thought that was very, very useful. And then I did want to ask, so we are going to have our strategic planning in April, and so I wanted to ask what council thought about including at least our department heads, so that way if we have any questions or when we are making plans, department heads might have a better understanding of some of the departments, and so if we're making plans, they know what's going to work and what's not going to work. And then also if we have questions, they're right there so we can ask them questions. So I wanted to bring that to the table.
Any? I don't know what,
Oh, I absolutely think that would be great for ELT to be present. I think it's hard to make plans moving forward, looking forward without necessarily knowing all the complexities involved in decisions. And so the department heads being a part of that conversation would be huge, hugely beneficial.
anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Counselor Ireland?
So I watched online AdCog, and I did express some things from that to all of you online. And also today, I listened into the 2024 Development Council meeting, and Senator Byrd was supposed to be on there, but she never was able to join in. But I did learn quite a bit from a gentleman, Brian Rosbert. He was the one in charge of the meeting. And it was talked about a lot about the bill, about construction defects, and why they want this bill to pass. As many of you know, it's been difficult to build condos or townhouses because of liability issues, going back after the builder from whoever buys them can go. So they're trying to make it, not so not so easy to do that, but tried to work it out just between the builder and the owner instead of going to litigation over it. They talked about ADUs and that bill. They're having difficulty with that because of Excel, what it will bring to cities, having enough electricity, enough water, enough services for these ADUs. So that's a problem so far with that bill. I guess there's 65 bills in the process right now, so we have to keep abreast of them all. I did ask them, since we have a shortage of housing, I asked them if they've had a conversation about corporations, hedge funds buying up all the single-family homes. And I guess from interstate commerce laws, it's difficult to stop them from doing what they're doing, but they're looking into how they can get around that. I think that's a real problem with, one of the problems with not having enough housing is it's being bought up by not individuals but corporations. Also, I think our tax laws are a problem. For especially people that are older, when you sell a house, you have capital gains tax that is a ridiculous amount, and it's hard to build. And you always have to buy another property just like the one you sold. So if you sell land, you have to buy land. I think that tax law is a problem for affordable housing too. So I want to address that at the next meeting with them. So that came to me, and I think that needs to be addressed, so. If anyone has any questions for me from that meeting.
Did you get a sense of, are they able to calculate just how much of a problem the corporate ownership of housing is? Because I hear about that, but I'd like to be able to better understand what
I didn't ask
percentage
that,
in
but
the
I will
city
ask
or-
that next time.
Yeah, who or how?
I know it's
can we get
happening
data on
because
it?
it happens not just in Colorado.
Right,
I'm
yeah,
really aware of
yeah.
it in Utah where my son lives because as a first-time home buyer, he had a difficult buying anything because everything would be bought up by corporations for cash before young people could get it. So it's a real problem, especially for people trying to start out. Anyway.
Denver Post and New York Times have had really in-depth studies, articles on that. I could find one.
Yeah, I think it's more just understanding for Westminster, if we could identify that kind of ownership. I just would like to understand for our city, how much of a threat is it?
I'd like to see that if you own a home, you live in the home. I mean, that'd make a lot of more availability of homes if the people that own it have to live in it.
It's really hard to identify because, we should at least do something, but it's hard to identify because of the legal structure where they're mostly purchased by trusts which own LLCs. And it's hard to actually know who owns what. If you look at a property and say, well, who owns this? You'll see an LLC, but most of the time those are actually owned by a overarching LLC, which is owned by a trust, so it's impossible for us to actually know, but we can get to a point where we can say, well, how much of our properties are owned by LLCs versus individuals? That's a start.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I remember looking at some property, I was working in Denver, and oh my God, there's like this long train of LLCs that I
It
was
could
like,
go
that's
real long.
never ending. But maybe it is just going through assessor information and just identifying LLC ownership or, I don't know. But I'd be really interested to know.
Okay, I'll ask further.
I'm
Can we ask for that?
glad you got on because I sat there for an hour with it spinning saying, well, as soon as the host
much
comes
more.
on, well, I finally had to go for a blood draw, so I just thought, I hope you're on
Well, they
because,
didn't actually start the meeting till noon.
and mine said 12:30. So.
No, 12:30. They didn't, yeah.
Anyway, it never came on. I had to go, so.
So
I-
They actually really didn't start till half an hour later than it's set on the agenda, so.
Well,
I
I'm
think we
glad you
asked for
answered.
that information. So during the ADU conversation last year, wasn't that one of the follow-ups to find LLCs versus in Westminster?
It's not ringing a
No.
bell, Counselor.
What is that? Okay.
So if I could, I think during our discussion of short-term rental regulations.
Short-term rentals.
There
yes.
was a discussion about should they be owner occupied, and how would we know if they were, or should an LLC be limited to ownership of one property if that was going to be the rental property that was owned? I think it did
Yeah,
come
that
up
one.
maybe in short-term rental discussions when we were adopting or considering the regulations that we subsequently adopted.
Good memory.
I thought there was a follow-up question that staff was gonna get back to on that.
We can run it down and see what we can find.
Anything else?
Well, I attended many things that you attended, but they were great. And I really enjoyed the team building and I learned a lot.
Counselor Dumont?
Inclusivity Board met last week, and they had a couple things that they had me to address with you all. So they talked a lot about internet, and so they wanted to know if we've ever, as a city, looked at doing our own internet, which we had done in the past. I couldn't quote to them exactly why it wasn't recommended. We also talked about a lot of like the partners, and there was a ask if there's any like partnership with the counties, which I didn't know of any, so that might be something, if there is any information on that, the Inclusivity Board is interested in. I did share with them, you know, that I know that there's some expansion with like Google Fiber coming to town, you know, and that also I mentioned to them, I know that when Comcast came in the past, they had talked about some programs for low-income folks. So, and I think that the city has some information on that. So anything we have that we could pass along to Inclusivity Board, they're interested in that. They continue to be interested in, you know, mobility, especially as we go into strategic planning. They had asked about us addressing that topic that Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela brought up last time that we went through budgeting. So that was something that they are interested in. And then they continue to talk a lot about, you know, better outreach to boards and commissions. And so they were interested in the fact that we're doing different outreach. But there's that general idea of being able to communicate with them and actually plan with them so that we're, you know, working with them and listening to them and they feel like they're actually contributing, I guess, would be what I would summarize the ask as. So, and aside from that, I attended all the things that you guys already covered, so I won't bore everybody with that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So, same thing regarding the weekend. I did have to miss the DRCOG meeting on Wednesday, but that night they, I guess, approved me to join the Front Range Passenger Rail Board.
And
So-
you were overwhelmingly good support, and we're excited.
Yeah, so I am super excited, and I informally attended. I just basically watched the one on Friday. They are actually open to you can join and watch any of them. They get into quite a bit of detail with respect to where they're headed, and they're still definitely in planning stage, so I am throwing my hat to be on the subcommittee for planning. Because I'd just like to see where that goes. I'm getting some updates from other board members, so I can just hit the ground running on that. And so,
Cool.
yeah, more to come on that.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes, well, as Mayor Pro Tem said, I attended the DRCOG and she was elected to the Front Range Passenger Rail to overwhelming support. So that was very exciting. Congratulations. And we discussed a lot of the different legislation that's coming up. But before I go through that, I'll say that they're also mentioned that they're doing their annual retreat April 26th and 27th. So Mayor Pro Tem, in case you want to plan for that. And they're also doing a regional housing study, which they just completed phase 1 of, and they are moving into phase 2 of. And so they needed our approval to go through that. And the phase 2 is going to cost $200,000. And so we gave approval for them to go through with that. But I thought that was worth mentioning, seeing as we are also doing our housing study, and so it might be interesting to see how those align. And then we went through a lot of the legislation. I ended up abstaining since we haven't gotten through all the legislation on our side. But I will say, for the most part, there was a lot of similar conversations to what we've already had here in council, which is that members of DRCOG are in support of the intent of the state when it comes to both, affordable housing and some of the occupancy limits, et cetera, that we were discussing, but that they are not in favor of taking away local control. And so almost, and I can come up with a list if we like the next time I'm there, but almost all of the bills that we talked about ended up being approved with amend. And so there was a lot of support for amending the bills. So that's the update from there.
Perfect, thank you. And since I can't see you, if you have something to share, just pop in and say I'm here, because I can't see you. I have to write your name down to remember that you're with us, so thanks.
Will do.
I attended many of the things mentioned. I owe you an email on NADA because they did go over the headways for the N line, which goes from downtown to 124th, I think it is, in Thornton, and that line is supposed to go to 160th. And if I remember right, they have 82,000 a month. 96,000. And we have 11,000. We have 350 a day. But we're the only ones that have 60-minute headways. So for me to use it when I'm going downtown, either I'm 30 minutes early and sit, or I'm a few minutes late, because with that 30-minute or 60-minute headway, you can never meet a meeting on time. You're either late or you're early. So when you see those numbers, just remember we're the only 60-minute headway. Others, I have pretty big numbers. So N-line is being used, and there was a lot of talk about that. So I'll shoot you that. And I don't think I have anything else. Anybody else have anything? City manager, anything?
Just a point, last Thursday night was the Uplands construction community update. I sent the council an email today that just gave you a little bit of background on that. So that's what that's about. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, we'll see you at the dais at 7. flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Westminster City Council meeting for February 26, 2024. We thank you for coming and would like to remind all in attendance that our meetings are subject to rules of decorum that are posted at the back of the room. These rules are in effect while our meetings are in session as well as during breaks and transitions between meetings. We want to be sure all feel welcome and remind all that there is an expectation that no attendee shall disrupt this meeting and that threats and intimidation are prohibited. Signs and placards are prohibited in the council chambers, and all attendees shall remain seated in the seats provided, not in the aisles, nor shall the doorways be blocked. Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia? I'm going to work on her audio issue. Councillor Demott?
Present.
Councillor Azadi?
Here.
Councillor Hott?
Present.
Mayor McNally?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Here.
And Councillor Ireland?
Here.
Councillor Carmelia is present, just for the record. We're just having some audio issues.
Councillor Demott?
I would like to make a motion that we allow Councillor Carmelia to participate remotely.
Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to allow Councillor Carmelia to attend remotely. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Do we need to hold on until she, okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carmelia, can you please try to talk? Councillor, can you hear us now?
Hello?
Yay.
Okay, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Doesn't say that I'm muted on my end.
Okay, I don't think she can hear us. Test, test.
Ah, there it is. I can hear
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
That brings us to consideration of minutes of the preceding meeting. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the February 12th, 2024 meetings as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of February 12th, 2024. Is there any further discussion or comments about them? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to one of our favorite times of the year and evening, presentation of Employee Service Awards. To all of you that are here to receive an award, please bring family members, neighbors, friends, whoever's with you, bring them up. You deserve some celebration, and we'd love to know who's here with you. So as your name is called, please bring everyone down.
Can I please have Chuck Serbo join me up front with any of his guests?
And they got up with no hesitation. Good
Give 'em
role
the
model.
riot act.
Yeah.
Gonna go ahead before we get going. Gonna have you introduce your crew.
So this is my wife, Mary, my son, Charlie, my daughter, Gianna, my son, Joey, my son, Anthony, and his girlfriend, Becca.
Who wants to hold this for you? So that's your plaque and your pin. So before I read out what they wrote up, do you have anything that you would like to share about your time with the city? No? All right.
I enjoyed all 20 years.
Good. Excellent. That's what we like to hear. So Chuck was hired in 2004 as a facility assistant for the City Park Recreation Center. He currently is the Recreation Supervisor 2 at City Park Recreation and Fitness Centers and enjoys both the fitness and family atmosphere. During his career with the city, he has received a Spirit Award for creating the Stocking Stuffer promotion for City Park Fitness Center, which is now a citywide promotion for all facilities and golf courses. He also helped create Summer City Park Fitness Pass called Summer Shape Up. The promotion was huge success, as well as is now being offered at all facilities. Chuck enjoys spending time with his wife, Mary, of 27 years, and 3 sons, Charlie, 26 years old, Anthony, 23 years old, and Joey, 11 years old, daughter Gina, 7 years old. He enjoys watching his kids play sports and dance. He takes pleasure in going home to Tampa, Florida, and visiting family. He loves fishing, coaching football and soccer for Joey and Gina, and cheering on his favorite sports team, the Dallas Cowboys. We'll hold that against you. And the New York Yankees. So join me in thanking Chuck for his 20 years of service.
All right, everyone looking right here. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Thomas Steele, come on down. Welcome. And would you like to introduce everyone?
Sure. This is my wife, Kathy, my youngest son, Tanner, and I have an oldest son, Tristan, who's in Montana.
Well, thanks for being here tonight. Thomas Steele started with the city in January 2004 as police officer trainee, was promoted to police officer in May of 2004, and moved to senior police officer in May of 2007. In 2011, Thomas worked in the traffic unit for 4 years, and in 2015, Thomas began his assignment as a school resource officer and was assigned to 3 Jeffco middle schools in Westminster. After 7 years with these middle schools, he started his new SRO assignment at Stanley Lake High School. As an SRO, Thomas takes his role as a trusted adult that students can turn to very seriously. He has partnered with the Garlic Knot Pizza and Pasta and rewards students with free meal when they show remarkable character and unusual achievements aside from their peers. With Thomas's work as an SRO, he realized that the conditions of the fitness rooms in the middle school gyms were not the best. Thomas shared his intentions to improve these facilities with a variety of resources at the city and garnered great support. With assistance from the city and other organizations within Westminster, he was able to renovate Mandalay Middle School's fitness room with gently used fitness equipment from the renovation work that was being done at the Swim and Fitness Center. Thomas is married to wife Kathy, and together they have 2 sons, Tristan and Tanner. Tristan is a senior at Montana State University who will soon graduate, with his first assignment being with the Armed Division. Tanner is an 8th grader and is highly active in sports and currently serves as vice president of a student council. Congratulations. Thomas enjoys being physically active in weight training and fitness. As a family, they enjoy all kinds of outdoor activities, which include hunting, fly fishing, and camping.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks for Norm Hubbard. You know, your troops could come up here with you if they wanted to. So you didn't have to just be you and I. But it's okay.
We'll keep it easy.
Okay. Norm Hubbard was hired by the Westminster Police Department as senior police officer on January 19th, 1999, having spent 4 years as a police officer for Broomfield Police Department. As an officer, Norm served in a myriad of capacities within the department, to include SWAT, Special Enforcement Team, and as the Citizens on Patrol Coordinator. That was a great one. We had fun on that one. Norm was promoted to the rank of sergeant in August of 2008, starting in patrol, moving into traffic. He was promoted to commander in February 2015, starting in patrol and spending time in neighborhood services. He also served as the project manager for the computer-aided dispatch records management system replacement project. Norm was promoted to deputy police chief in January of 2020, once again starting in patrol and moving to specialized services division. In July 2021, Norm became the interim police chief until he was appointed as police chief on March 20th, 2023. He is a graduate of the University of Colorado, and it says go Buffs, but if there's CSU people here, they say go Rams, and attended the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, which I thought, did you ever meet Gibbs and Abby?
I did not.
Oh. And Norm is a Colorado native, the oldest of 5 children, and is happily married to his wife Denise of 21 years. Here's your pin. Here's your certificate. And I think I should follow you home to give this. I normally give it to the spouse. So she'll be on record if you're listening tonight. This is coming home. Thank you. Bob Hose. Welcome. Reagan ladies with you.
I know.
Welcome, and would you like to introduce us?
Certainly. Thank you. This is my wife, Vicki, my daughter, Susie, and my older daughter, Stephanie.
Thanks for being here. Bob Ho started his career with Westminster as a firefighter in January on January 3rd, 1994. He was promoted up through the ranks to fire engineer, fire lieutenant, fire captain, fire marshal, and now holds the title of deputy fire chief as of January 2020. Throughout his career, Bob has been very active with training and upgrading departmental equipment and procedures. He spent many hours coordinating and administering the fire engineer promotional process for the fire department. Bob was a member of the team of the hazardous materials team for 20 years. Bob currently supervises the administrative division of the fire department, overseeing the budget, recruitment, hiring, logistics, purchasing, technical services, planning, and the Fire Prevention Bureau. Could they add a couple other things? He oversaw and coordinated the process which resulted in accredited status. He also served as the lead of the Insurance Services Office survey, which moved the City of Westminster from a Class 3 to a Class 1 status, the best level with an agency can attain. Bob remains active in the community and volunteers each year with the Fire Department Santa program, and you do a very good job. And he has usually some helpers here. Bob's hobbies mostly revolve around his family and their activities, but he also enjoys military and other history, researching his ancestry, attending an occasional baseball game, and tolerates what some might call running. Here's your pen. All right. Roger Harshman. I'll come and get you. We can move so they can all fit. You can make a second row. Would you like to introduce everyone?
Sure. So this is my wife, Lisa. This is my son, Kyle. This right here is Bob Moran. He's retired from the city in 2019. He was here 40 years when he retired. His wife, Beth. Coworker, Matt. Coworker, Brad. Coworker, Ryan. Coworker, Jim. Coworker, Mark. And my mean boss, Andrea.
Now, did you have to bribe them with something to get here?
No, I don't know. They kind of surprised me.
Oh, that's nice. That's good. 40 years is a long time. Roger Harshman was hired in 1984 as a seasonal employee at Semper Water Treatment Plant before transferring to utilities operations in '85. Roger is currently the utilities water distribution superintendent, registered through the state of Colorado as the operator in responsible charge of the city's safe drinking water system, serving a population greater than 100,000. This requires Roger to obtain the highest level certification and register as a Class 4 certified water professional. Roger has taken great pride in fostering an environment, encouraging the development of future leaders and certified water professionals. In 1985, utilities operations had 2 certified individuals. Under Roger's leadership, with help from others, there are now 38. That's wonderful, with 11 individuals at the Class 4. During his free time, Roger is a huge sports fanatic, attending Colorado Rockies spring training annually with his uncles. Are they going to do better this year? You don't want to go on record yet.
I don't know, are they, Bob? Yes.
Yeah. I mean, how worse could it get? He has also attended many Broncos, Avalanche, and Nuggets games, which included Game 1 of the recent NBA Finals, cheering on the eventual NBA champion Denver Nuggets. That had to be fun.
It was a blast.
He has visited 8 different MLB stadiums with a desire to visit them all. Roger has been married to his wife, Lisa, for 24 years this coming August. His three oldest sons, Michael, John, and Dylan, have successful careers and beautiful families, making Roger the proud grandpa of 6 grandchildren with a 7th on the way. Roger's only daughter, Kylie, is in her junior year at the University of Oklahoma with his youngest son, Kyle, who will graduate from Horizon High School this year and has recently been accepted to the Los Angeles Film School in California. Great things. Your 40-year pin.
Thank you.
Your certificate. And can I give you a big hug?
Sure.
Okay, how do you want this motley crew?
So there's a lot of us, so I'm gonna get coworkers up here on the riser. Feel free to fill in all the way over to Mayor on the riser. Yep, 2 rows. I get up there, you won't see me. All right, find a gap, try to alternate, make sure you can see me. I can see you, camera can see you. Go back here. Can I get you to switch over to the side?
You're so pushy.
There we go. I know the struggle. Right there with you. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
This one's hard for me because I've known him since I've been here in 2004. Paul Spillman, come on down. Come on in. Introduce us to your crew.
Well, let's see. It's my son Preston, son-in-law, son-in-law Andy, my daughter Brianna, my daughter Tiffany, my daughter Chantel, my son-in-law Joe Ryan. My God, I was thinking about my 7 of my 9 grandkids are here. Kiana, Ariella, Elena, Ariana, Gabriella, Tristan, and Isabella, and my better half's on the end over there. And Case, my one grandson's wrestling, and Nicholas, my other grandson, is ill tonight. So
40 years with us, you want to have a say?
I've enjoyed the ride. It's been fun. So.
And I'm sorry I didn't make your retirement. I'd seen. Good. I had seen you the night before at the battalion pinning, and with everything I'm dealing with, that night was just not a night to be going out for me, so I'm glad we have tonight. Paul Spillman began his employment as a firefighter with the city on January 16, 1984. He was promoted up through the ranks of firefighter 2, paramedic, fire lieutenant, and fire captain. While in the captain position, he served as the deputy fire marshal, public information officer, EMS officer, shift training, and shift staffing officer. Paul was promoted to the rank of battalion chief 20 years ago and has just retired from that position. Chief Spellman has participated in nearly every department hiring and promotional process since being promoted to battalion chief in 2004. Every firefighter hired or subsequently promoted within the organization over the past 20 years has been assessed by Chief Spellman. He considers this responsibility to have been an honor. As a supervisor and manager, Chief Spellman devoted 35 years helping to prepare, assess, identify, and appoint the current and future leaders of the fire department. You've done a great job. He truly believes this investment has been the most rewarding outside his responsibilities of managing day-to-day emergency operations for A shift. Paul is also valued serving the community. Throughout his tenure, he served on numerous committees, teams, and groups within the department and city. Paul has 4 children, 9 grandchildren. He has always enjoyed sports and a variety of outside activities. In his spare time, have you found any yet?
Starting to.
Okay. He now enjoys watching his grandchildren's sporting events, and it looks like they could fill up a whole week. Riding his motorcycle and playing golf. Paul is looking forward to a less stressful life in retirement. He will always be grateful to the City of Westminster and the Westminster Fire Department for the gratifying employment and relationships he has built in the 40-plus years of his career. The first one. Congratulations. Thanks, Wendy. That's your pin. All right.
You guys already organized great. Excellent work, everybody. Yeah. There you go. Perfect. Okay, everyone look at me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Thank you guys for coming. Thank you. I will now tell this group, we are moving on to public comment. So if you have dinner plans or going over to a home for a party, now's the time to get up and leave, and it's perfectly okay. I always figure I should tell them it's okay to leave. Thank you for the Kleenex. The public comment portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with the City Council. Each participant will be given no more than 5 minutes on any topic they choose. Public comment is not intended to be a back and forth discussion. If there is a public hearing scheduled for the item on which you wish to speak, please hold your comments and testify when the public hearing is called. Tonight, there are no public hearings on the agenda. This evening, the city clerk has informed me we have
10 live speakers, 1 voicemail, and 1 email.
Perfect. Which have been posted on the online agenda packet and forwarded directly to City Council. The voicemails will be played back after our live speakers have concluded with their remarks. City Clerk, would you please ask our first person to step forward?
Yeah, the first speaker is Alan Farb.
Welcome.
Free speech. You know, here I can say almost anything I want. Almost. Here, I can utter vile, abhorrent, offensively hateful words. Almost. Here, I can stand before this council and without yelling, cursing, or acting disruptively, unleash cruel, outlandish vitriol that makes sensible and sensitive people feel repulsed, uneasy, upset, without your stopping me. Almost. You see, the First Amendment, with such rulings as the 1969 Brandenburg versus Ohio decision of the Supreme Court, lets me do this. In that case, the court held that the government cannot punish inflammatory speech unless that speech is, quote, directed at inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. So in this forum, I can spew outright lies. I can spew hate against anyone, denigrate anyone because of, say, their religion, race, ethnic heritage, gender, whatever, almost. Because not all speech is protected by the First Amendment. Example, defamation, threats, calls for violence, not protected. We've all seen, heard, or read how inflammatory speech does produce violent actions on our streets, at our universities, even in supposed safe spaces like schools and houses of religion, even in our nation's capital. And now, a troubling trend is being seen, heard actually. Just 2 weeks ago, within the chambers of Lakewood, Colorado City Council, via the anonymity of phone-in public comments, had a caller with a fabricated name immediately spew anti-Semitic vitriol. He even taunted the council, noting his First Amendment rights. The caller could have railed against anyone or any group not like him. Such public comment incidents have already made their way into Wheat Ridge and Durango City Council meetings, as well as council meetings nationwide, and most of these come from outside their cities. And in these hate speech call-ins, they are going to increase. They're going to spread, like the disgusting virus that they are, to more and more and more open public forums such as this one. Many of these are coordinated acts by white nationalist groups. The ones that recently plagued our collegial Colorado councils allegedly were made from an offshoot of one racist group identified as, quote, the City Council Death Squad. Moreover, within the past 2 weeks, apparently here in Westminster, under the cover of night, an anti-government, white supremacist, neo-fascist hate group called the Patriot Front slapped its stickers on the crosswalk and utility poles and what might have been a utility power box. So even though the hate mongers feel emboldened by their anonymity, their shock tactics, their slithering under the cloak of darkness and calling in their vitriol during public comment, there are proactive things this Westminster Council can do to prepare. And I trust you and the city are prepared or have in the works such preparations. A couple examples. While disruptive to city council business and to you all personally, the mayor can call for a recess and reconvene the meeting later in the evening. You could choose to no longer air any phone-in comments and treat them as you do emailed comments, still leaving them as public record and thus protecting free speech. You can move the public comment period to the end of council when most of the in-chambers and online listeners have tuned out, thus depriving the hate mongers of their audience. You can shorten the comment time per person to say 3 minutes, even 1 minute. You can even just walk out of these chambers because while a caller or speaker may have the right to speak, nothing requires you to listen. The point is that while free speech, even some hate speech, remains a right, almost, you do have ways to manage such hate speech in this chamber. And I hope you do so. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tanya Yost. Welcome.
Welcome back, I guess I should say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again this evening. I am here again in support of keeping the Westminster Hills Open Space Dog Park as an off-leash use area. I did come before council in my chance to speak 2 weeks ago, and I want to thank you again for all the feedback that you've been able to give via email and to inquiries that you've received from the public. I appreciate all of your efforts in listening to the community. I urge you, however, to continue that dialogue and to listen to the members of the community that are both pro and con so that everybody has a fair say, because I think there are a lot of things to consider. I just want to say that I did tell you when I first moved here in 2010, I had no friends. The last 2 weeks, I have so many more new friends, I can hardly stand it. More people in my phone named as DP for Dog Park. I hardly can walk out there anymore with anonymity. But this weekend was beautiful out there. I'm not sure if any of you got to see the beautiful mountains. I urge you to allow us to continue that ability to walk out there with our dogs and view the mountains within an off-leash area. I wanted to bring one matter that I'm very concerned about. I hope it can be addressed at the March 6th meeting or before that. It's the lack of and reduced number of dog waste bag stations and garbage cans at the entrances. As the summer or spring and summer are coming, I'm very concerned about what I'm seeing. This weekend, even on Friday evening, most of the bag dispensers at the 100th entrance were empty already, just a few on the backside. And if we're trying to give people a fair chance to keep the park clean, I think it's really important to be given those tools to do that, and also garbage cans to be able to pick up. I know there's a lot of issues that possibly will be on the agenda for the March 6th meeting. I do ask that perhaps maybe something could be published ahead of time, so there's some opportunity for the community to understand what the new options might be that the PRLO department is going to present. That would be a fair opportunity so that we could know what is going to be some of the options perhaps. As we sat here today and saw all of these wonderful members of our Westminster staff, 40 years, 25 years, et cetera, it's wonderful. There are a lot of really smart people and motivated people both in the community and working for Westminster, and I know that we could all come together and find a way to protect this park, preserve the wildlife, preserve the ground, rehabilitate the ground, and still allow people to walk out there with their dogs and enjoy the camaraderie and the mountain views. I really thank you for your time, and I hope that we can all come together on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bill Baraya. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Bill Baraya from Westminster. At a meeting last year before the Jefferson County Planning Committee, Ben Miller of the RMMA Airport gave a presentation regarding funding for the expansion of the airport. He was asked by one of the Planning Committee members after his presentation if this expansion would include commercial, and Ben said, yes, it may. It has been rumored for several years that the RMMA planned to build a commercial tower. I'd like to know what the status is. I asked at the last meeting if this group would inquire as to the recent expansion plans and if they plan on bringing commercial service into this airport. If you look at the expansion plans on the airport map, there is a plot labeled commercial. We all need to know if they plan on having commercial or freight coming to this airport. They are already pressing the limits with their flight schools. And now, if commercial comes in, the noise levels will not be tolerable. Please make this a priority. Are you going to add flights to make this commercial or a freight airport? This should fall on our commissioner or counselor, Mr. DeMont, on the CNR to ask these questions and follow up with the community and get an accurate answer. There has also been no response on lead except a press release touting a $500,000 or $50,000 tanker truck to carry unleaded gas. Where is the progress on the tanks? Do they have a plan to store the unleaded gas? RMMA needs to create the demand by stopping the sales of leaded gas by a certain date and force the issue. You were all very privileged last year to hear a highly regarded scientist talk about the lead in this area and how it compares with unleaded gas. One of you questioned his findings as exaggerated. I'd like to know what you know and have studied in gas, leaded gas in question, a scientist that lives every day with these issues. Another thing, Commissioner Tracy Kraft-Tharp has been making a big deal about a couple of pilots who spoke at the last CNR meeting about the study they did on their own that found no lead in the surrounding areas. Of course they didn't. This wasn't scientific. Particles of lead from airplanes are smaller than the equipment that they used. This is misinformation and must be stopped. And Mr. DeMont, as our representative, you should make sure the facts are straight before letting this information be sent out by Commissioner Traft. We still have 5 or 6 planes, flying patterns, touch and goes every calm day. What has been done to move things along on the noise except to say the planes don't bother you? What about the thousands of citizens in Westminster and surrounding areas that the planes do bother? Other reps on the CNR get more involved and aggressive and are trying to solve problems. If you're not really ready to stand up and be more responsive to cities of Westminster, I suggest you resign your position on the CNR and let another city council member take your place that would be more caring to the well-being of the community. Please remember that you voted to stay on the CNR because we needed a voice at the table. Currently, we have none. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, the next speaker is Matt Simmons. Welcome.
Thank you. I've been with my company, Edward Jones, for 22 years. We've been in the same office at Sheridan and Turnpike Drive. This past year in May, we actually moved over into the downtown Westminster area. I know that that's been, that area has been some source of controversy, has been some source of even a burr in some people's saddles. I want to say my business has boomed. The best it's been in the entire 22 years that I've been in this company. I'm so excited about that neighborhood. We've also started to create a downtown Westminster Business Association. We'll be setting up a 501c6 underneath the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. And we had our inaugural meeting on February 8th, earlier this month. We had Dr. Robert Brown and his administrator, Eiley, from 100% Chiropractic. We had Mona and Heather from the city of Westminster. We had Brian from the Westminster Chamber of Commerce, and I know, Jamie, you were there in spirit. Thank you. We had Hannah and Kimberly from the Origin Hotel, Lauren from Madabolic, Nisa from Inks and Drinks, Ashley and Ashley from Pet Vet 365, Will from Tap and Burger. I was there representing Edward Jones, and Dana Vanderpool from Bank Central. That's 10 businesses in a little community represented. And then we also had people joining us from the city and from the Chamber of Commerce. We are so excited about what's happening right now. We invite all of you to come in, please, and meet us. Come to the businesses. If you haven't had the opportunity to build a terrarium or to paint on a board with Nisa over at Inks and Drinks, please do so. It's an amazing, wonderful experience. You're welcome to join us for coffee anytime at Sweet Bloom. Just let us know when you want. I'll buy it for you. We're so excited to have you. We are looking at future events, things that we can be doing inside of the downtown Westminster area. We are wanting to be a part of the city activities, so everything that we can do to partner and be a viable, energetic source for our neighborhood and the city. I have a lot of notes, but really I just want to say thank you so much. We want you there. We're excited to be there, and just come on by. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Gossenheimer. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Carol Gossenheimer from Countryside in Westminster. The Colorado Environmental Justice Act states the following. Environmental justice recognizes that all people have a right to breathe clean air, drink clean water, participate freely in decisions that affect their environment, live free of dangerous levels of toxic pollution, experience equal protection of environmental policies, and share the benefits of a prosperous and vibrant, pollution-free environment. We do not have that right now here in Westminster. Westminster recently voted to remain in the Community Noise Roundtable, emphasizing we need a voice at the table. Since Westminster has decided to stay in the roundtable, now is the perfect time for our CNR rep, David DeMott, to begin engaging with constituents so he can truly be our voice at the table. I implore him to initiate and set up ongoing meetings with concerned and impacted citizens to share information, listen, discuss concerns, and brainstorm strategies to bring forth to the CNR to reduce the assault of noise and pollution on our city, and most importantly, to stand up for the citizens he represents. It's critical that he fully researches and understands the issues at hand if he is going to be our CNR rep and vote on issues brought before the CNR. Westminster and CNR rep need to represent the citizens of Westminster and advocate for solutions that will benefit us, not bow to the pressures of JEFCO, the commissioners, the airport, or others. In Councillor DeMott's campaign platform and website, he states, amongst other things, a commitment to the following. 1, meeting with constituents, being collaborative, servant leadership, putting a community ahead of self, possessing the confidence to serve, initiating service to others, not position conscious, serving out of love for the community and those in it. And when asked to describe his leadership style in 3 words, he said he is a listener, consensus builder. As our CNR rep, it's time to be accountable and proactive and begin community engagements in earnest until we have real solutions proposed and implemented. We need to have regular 2-way group discussions where concerned citizens are heard, acknowledged, respected, and collaborated with to form and vet solutions to this ever-growing threat to our community. Our community, all of you are part of this community, and we are threatened. It's critical for you to connect with us regularly and proactively share information about votes that are coming up for the CNR. Gain and discuss information and share general information about what's happening with the CNR and airport development. In addition to that, it's important to hear from and engage with the citizens that are impacted by the noise and pollution and work with us towards reasonable solutions. Take those back to the CNR as ideas. It's not okay to say there's nothing we can do. Hiding behind FAA regulations is not okay because there's much evidence that, in fact, we do have the power to implement change. Now is the time. I believe there are 2 items up for vote in the March CNR meeting, which is happening next week. And I ask Councillor DeMott the following. What research is being done to become informed about these items? How are you informing and engaging with citizens to learn and gain input? How are you engaging and discussing items with the City Council? And how are you making decisions on these votes, most importantly? We need immediate action and a proactive, accountable, and informed CNR rep that fights for the rights of the lives of our citizens. Operations at RMMA have increased almost 50% since 2020 when the Community Noise Roundtable started. RMMA is currently experiencing close to 300,000 operations annually, the vast majority by way of touch-and-go landings. The current level of operations is extremely detrimental to the physical and mental health of our community members. We should be doing everything in our power to address the RMMA noise issues immediately, and we rely on our CNR rep as a conduit to the CNR for this. The Westminster CNR rep is our voice at the table. I ask Council to discuss the 4 items. What does it mean to have a voice at the table for the CNR? Whose voice is being represented? What is the process for 2-way dialogue and group citizen engagement? What is the process for decision-making on votes at the CNR? And what does it look like to be an accountable, engaged, informed, and proactive member of the CNR? Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlene Wiley. Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I come here tonight thoroughly spent after a 6-month effort to head off suspension of my adult daughter's Social Security payments. I'll spare you the details. Suffice it to say that my daughter is a disabled adult and depends on Social Security to pay rent and buy food. Social Security screwed up, failed to conduct a timely work review process, leaving me to scramble to collect 22 years of paycheck level detail, employer attestations, and a variety of other information. I assembled that into a duplicate 160-page printed sets, took them to my local Social Security office, and waited over 2 hours until someone who was, quote, not trained in this part of the law, took the copies and simply stamped them. She could not answer my questions. I now await answer on the fate of my daughter's continued benefits. I share this story with you because my daughter suffers from a lifelong disability, not unlike that of what happens to children when they're poisoned by lead, especially the kind of lead from piston engine aircraft emitted from aircraft much like those flying in strong patterns, 300,000 operations a year from RMMA. I won't tell you about the increased costs of medical care, special education, law enforcement, loss of wage potential, and ongoing Medicare and Medicaid costs for those with lifetime disabilities from lead. But I know what they are, because along with my daughter, I live that life. When you turn away from taking immediate action on this poison, you are condemning up thousands of children and their families to a lifetime of harm and forcing all the rest of us to pay for it. If you could prevent just one more child from enduring a lifelong disability, wouldn't you do it? RMMA has a long 60-year history of poor planning and reckless management. As so many of us told you just a few weeks ago, the Community Noise Roundtable they set up as a community dialogue is a charade designed as political cover. It is not a voice at the table. Jefferson County is not bargaining in good faith, and we presented plenty of evidence of that last time. It is not true that this council has no ability to protect Westminster residents from the harm of this public facility. While you have limited direct authority, you do have profound influence. I urge you to exercise it now. 1, endorse the legislation recently introduced in the Colorado House by Representative Kyle Brown. It's co-sponsored by Representative Byrd and sponsored in the Colorado Senate by Senator Zenzinger. 2, urge the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to take action to protect Westminster and other Colorado residents from the health hazards associated with regional airports like RMMA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brian Head. Welcome.
Hello. I've spoken here many times today. I'm actually wearing my school board hat. I serve as president of Woodrow Wilson Academy. As a school, we take advice from our police and fire departments very seriously to keep our kids safe, and they are wonderful partners. On Thursday, February 15th, we had a small fire breakout at our school, actually in our administrative office. Westminster Fire responded within 4 minutes, which was incredible. Our building superintendent was racing to the school. Our alarm system notified him on his phone. He lives just a few blocks away, but in those few blocks, he encountered one of Westminster's finest, who noticed he was exceeding the posted speed limits. That officer realized what was happening very quickly because he had heard over the radio or whatever, recognized that, provided our building supervisor a police escort to our building to help the fire department respond. They were able to get the fire out within minutes. It could have been much, much worse. We had school scheduled the next day, and we had our annual school musical. The fire department took their time to test our air quality and make sure that it was safe for our staff. Fortunately, no kids were in the building at the time. It was after hours, but took the time to measure the air quality to make sure it was safe for everybody. There was a smell, and so out of an abundance of caution, we canceled school the next day. but we were able to proceed with the musical, which things could have been much worse if Westminster Fire hadn't responded so quickly and been such a great partner leading up to this, that we had the systems in place to mitigate any kind of disaster like this. So I also want to take this opportunity to thank city staff. We just embarked actually this week on a remodel of the intermediate portion of our building, which is where our 5th and 6th grades are housed. We have a tradition at Woodrow Wilson Academy where when we do any kind of upgrade to our building before it's complete, the board of directors likes to sign a piece of like 2x4 or something underneath the drywall to kind of mark that. As a result of Westminster Fire and Police responding so quickly and being such great partners, I would like to invite the police and fire chiefs, as well as all of you on city council and the city manager, to come do that at some point closer to the end of our construction. I'll arrange that later so that your signatures can go underneath our walls for that. I also want to take a second to recognize Officer Thomas Steele. I think he left already. He's our school resource officer, and he's absolutely excellent. So it was awesome to see him honored tonight. My favorite memory of Officer Steele is during the COVID shutdowns. We actually had to do our 8th grade graduation. We're at K through 8th grade public, Jeffco Public Charter School. We had to do our 8th grade graduation in the parking lot. So all the families were in their cars. We as administrators were up front. And the kids, we would call their name and they would come out of their car, receive their diploma. And Officer Steele would give them a flash of the police lights and a whoop of the siren for every single kid, all 58 kids. The neighbors loved it, but so did the kids, and that's what was important. So he is awesome, so I hope, Chief, maybe you'll pass that along to him. He is excellent. He's always happy to take a call. He's always able to come over. He makes the kids feel safe. He makes staff feel safe, and he strategizes on tough situations in a way that's thoughtful for the student that's going through a really hard time in that moment, or the family, and he's just compassionate and everything an officer should be. So I want to thank him for that. And then on a personal note, Mayor, I haven't been here in a minute, but I know that you're going through a tough time. And so I just wanted to let you know that you're absolutely an inspiration for everything that you're going through. It's an absolute honor to know you, and you are in our prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Lampo. Welcome.
It's good to be back here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you in Westminster. I'm here to lift up the city in prayer. These are truly incredible times, and each of us has been placed here for just this time. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' victorious name, we invite you here to the city of Westminster. This is your city, and we are your people. No one is above you. No one can come against you. Your word declares your authority when it states in Psalm 135:6, Yahweh does whatever he pleases in heaven and on earth, in the seas and all the depths. There is nowhere your truth doesn't reach, your hand of justice won't prevail, or your love doesn't touch. You are omnipresent. Father, I lift up to you every member of our community. We are living in a spectacular time in history, and at a time where we are in disbelief at what is going on. Our country is divided at times, and it seems to be falling apart. At times, our world seems upside down, and we see no way to correct the wrongs. We come before you in faith that we'll get back on track, knowing when things are corrected, it will be the result of your hand moving. In Hebrews 10:30 it states, For we know him who said, Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. I will repay. And again he says, the Lord will judge his people. And in Proverbs 11:21 it states, Assuredly the evil man will not go unpunished, but the descendants of the righteous will be delivered. Open our eyes, prepare our hearts, and move amongst us, and bring peace to our lives. You created all of us, and you know the victories and the struggles of our lives. Our hope can only be in you because this world and its leaders have failed us. In Psalm 121:7-8 it states, The Lord will protect you from all evil. He will keep your soul. The Lord will guard your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forever. You are our hope. We believe in you. We declare Psalm 121:7-8 over all our lives. Protect us from all evil. Keep our soul. Guard our thoughts and our actions. Let us not misstep, but walk in confidence with you. In your precious and holy name we pray. Amen. Thank you and have a nice night.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Palmer. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. First, I'd like to back up to the last council meeting, February 12th. There was an executive session called for, and I believe you got bad advice from the acting city attorney Graham at the time in telling you that it had to be agendized. I've been in this council chamber for years. Many times I've heard of executive sessions being called for, and they're handled promptly that evening without being agendized. I've also done research on this online, and unless I'm wrong, I believe, Mr. Frankel, your staff gave bad direction to this council regarding executive sessions. Didn't have to be agendized for this evening. So if you have something that contradicts that, if you could please let me know, email, phone call, I'd be happy to hear that. But again, not the first time I've heard of executive sessions, not just in council chambers, but with planning commission. They're handled that evening, not agendized. I'd also like to back up to the 12th. Actually, this all started back January 22nd with some comments made by Dave DeMont. On the 12th, a couple of you counselors asked that he make an apology. What he made was far from an apology. He apologized for using the word. He didn't apologize for the hurt that it caused to the particular people he aimed that at. I was hoping he would have more testicular fortitude and be able to conduct himself accordingly. I also asked that in my comments that he owned this. Instead, when he gave his rebuttal, I guess is what you'd call it, on the 12th, he tried to lay blame on everybody else instead of actually owning it and making an actual apology, not for the word, but for the words he used against people. Not inclusive. I've talked with several people about this, including the people that were affected. They don't feel that what he said last week was an apology. It was an excuse and an alibi, not an apology. I think he needs to be held to a higher standard. And again, saying I'm sorry for using the word does not diminish the people he aimed that at. So I hope you take action on this matter. I'll keep bringing it forward until I see something happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is John Fenimore. Welcome.
Good evening, Jim Fenimore. Make a little note on that one. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, city managers, staff. Thanks for giving me the time to come up here and go before you and speak about a few things that I'd like to bring to your attention. There's going to be a meeting tomorrow night on the upland development over off of 88th and east of Federal there. So the only reason I'm talking about that tonight is I wanted to try to give city management maybe a chance to check into a couple things before that meeting. There's a mobile home park over there. It's called Highview. That's off of Zunai. And it's tucked in by itself. It's just over there in the far southeast corner of the city of Westminster. With the new development coming in, that's an older park. And I was at the planning department today discussing a few things about that to get ready for tomorrow night. And so we came up with a key word as being that the trailer park is a challenge. And so it's quite run down. And terrible shape. I was checking with the, on the code, and they said that code says we don't go in unless we're receive a complaint, and then we'll follow up on that. So, and they said they don't get complaints because everybody in there's got something going on that's a problem with their properties. But the big concern is when they make the new development, there should be some kind of a privacy fence around that property, to where if the people want to live in there the way they do, that's their rights. And if that's the way the property owners want to have their property in that kind of condition, that's their rights also. But I think for a new development coming in, the city should have some way to encourage them to put a privacy fence up. Maybe the developer would put it up on the west side, then the city could do something, or come up with some kind of solution for the north side and the east side of that property. So that's pretty much what I have on that one, other than last week, or about maybe 10 days ago, there was a fire over there. And I was in the location of 84th and Huron, and I seen Thornton Fire Department and Adams County going. I said, well, what's going on with all this action? So I followed them up, and they went into the Highview mobile home park. Well, kudos to the City of Westminster Fire Department, because they were in first. The police department was in there directing traffic, and they prevented a lot of damage and death. Kudos to those guys. Let's see. A recommendation would be, when we come to these meetings, sometimes we'll hear something during the meeting that we'd like to comment on. So if there maybe could be a public comment at the end before you adjourn, just a suggestion. Also on the police officers, I was in Valentes having lunch one day, had a nice visit with a police officer that was in there, an older gentleman. And at any rate, we had a good time, enjoyed stories. And then when I got ready to leave, I went up to pay, and the cashier said, your lunch has already been taken care of. So kudos to that police officer. I'm not sure who he was, but that was very generous of him. So the police department has some great people on their department. Also, in past business that I've spoke to you guys about, the traffic that's going to be around the Uplands area. If you guys could start monitoring the traffic at Lowell and 84th and Lowell and 88th, that would be great, because already there's getting to be congestion at those traffic lights right there. And then also real quick is, I talked to Mr. Blair over at Highland Hills Recreation. He's on the open space and trails. And I'd mentioned to you that try to make things safe for the community, that we'd have a crossover over Federal at 88th, so that we could make it safe for the community to get down there and enjoy the park where Highland Hills is. So I have made Mr. Blair aware that I did speak with y'all, and maybe we can, further that along to make that pass over for the pedestrians there. As far as the noise on the airport, it is quite a bit.
Sir, you have gone over your time.
Oh, I did?
Mm.
Okay, all right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of Westminster City Council. This is Charles Najar, and I wanted to speak again tonight on something that I had addressed just 2 weeks ago, our dangerously inadequate cellular coverage in Westminster. Hopefully, after the nationwide AT&T outage on Tuesday, it underscores how critical having a robust cellular network is. This issue comes up at every single town hall and was recently addressed by Councilor Ireland and Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela. But dangerous cell phone coverage is not something we have to passively accept as a community, and I believe I have a solution to this issue. You see, ladies and gentlemen, having inadequate cell coverage for our city not only limits residents' ability to have cheaper wireless home internet, it limits our first responders' ability to communicate with citizens in need of assistance at time of emergency. It limits seniors on a fixed income from being able to find a less expensive alternative to Xfinity. It limits single parents' ability to provide a cheaper internet option so that their children can have equal and equitable access to bridge the digital divide. This is not about just sharing selfies on social media. This is about our community having critical communication services 24/7 like almost every other community back east has. Dr. Joel Moskowitz of UC Berkeley's School of Public Health did a study in 2018 that conclusively proves that cell phone radiation waves increase up to 10,000 times depending on the strength or weakness of a cell signal. Plainly put, your cell phone is emitting 10,000 times the radiation at 1 bar of service as it is while receiving 4 bars as it tries to connect to the nearest tower. In light of the worries about the Rocky Mountain Airport and leaded aviation fuel, isn't this something city leaders should take into consideration with regards to the health and well-being of our residents? 2 solutions. First, employ the use of more stealth towers if the city continues to object to the monopole designs. Look up when you enter the entryway to the post office on 105th and Federal, and you will see large AT&T cell antennas hidden in the entryway. Since Westminster doesn't have many tall buildings and seems to object to the unsightly monopole tower design like used by Wheat Ridge City Hall, we could place more stealth or camouflage towers in the city. Secondly, just as when an XL Energy in 2023 refused to provide the connection at the Westminster Light Rail station so that more apartments could be built, we had to employ back-channel communications and had Representative Byrd personally reach out to an XL exec that she knew. The same tactic can be employed here. AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile execs live in our region, not in a vacuum. If they will not respond to city staff or alternately use unacceptable corporate speak excuses or claim it's too expensive, someone in our community, has to know somebody that works at these carriers, and they simply must be approached and made to understand that the level of service provided currently is not only frustrating but genuinely dangerous to our community. We should get the level of wireless service we pay for. This is a politically agnostic issue. Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, this is an easy way to improve the lives of every single resident and visitor to our city. Thank you.
That's all the public comment we have.
Thank you. City Manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, ladies and gentlemen that are in attendance, and anybody who may be watching online. So we'll go to the next slide, provide some updates. So it's that time of year again. We're starting to prepare for the great global cleanup. If you want to register and participate this year, you can go to our website /special events and sign up. But this is an opportunity for our community and certainly for the world to spring clean our earth. We encourage you to gather up a group of friends, family, register with the city, and then pick up trash in your whatever that designated area may be anytime between April 17th and April 23rd. The city does provide supplies and disposal of full trash bags. All ages are welcome. It's good to start folks young. But it's certainly, we want to make sure that we thank participants that participate in this program. And so it was great last year. I'm sure it will be great again this year. But a volunteer celebration barbecue will be held at City Park Recreation Center on April 20th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And like I said, it was wonderful last year. So although we had some snow that day, so we didn't do a lot of trash picking up. But it's co-presented by Waste Management and O'Toole's Garden Center, and we hope that folks will be able to participate this year equally as we have in past years. Next slide. Westminster Hills Open Space. So our third Westminster Hills Open Space Community Meeting will take place on Wednesday, March 6th. That's next week from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at City Park Recreation Center. We invite folks to attend the presentation. There'll be some background. We certainly have listened to the input from the community as far as ideas or thoughts. We'll throw some of them up on the screen so that people can get a feel for what's being proposed as solution sets moving forward, and certainly a Q&A session. Again, trying to take that community feedback and work together as a community to solve a problem. The Parks Rec and Libraries Department Director is creating a community advisory team which will help review land management proposals and provide some input into the decision-making process. We are going to ask members of the community to apply to that. We know there's a lot of interest out there, and so those applications will be open from March 4th and close March 11th. More information will follow on that process at our meeting, but we'll have that on our website also. That website is right here. It's westminsterco.gov/WHOS. And there'll be more opportunities for feedback after March 6th. We see that community advisory team working for 60 to 90 day period, but our goal is trying to bring something back to the council for approval, decision making, etc. By about the 1st of July. But still a long way to go. Very, very early in the process, and we look forward to getting things going with the community advisory team. Next slide. Already talked about this today with the Westminster Chamber group, but just wanted to call a Westy win is the new business Mad Abolic. It's a strength-driven interval gym, officially opened its doors in our downtown to the public on Monday, February 12th. It's located in the Aspire building on the northeast corner of Fenton and Central. The gym is the first of 2 coming to the Denver suburbs. We're excited about that. It's a fresh take on strength-focused training and provides a premium boutique option for the everyday fitness guru. So encourage you to do that. If you're a Westminster resident, you can get your first 5 days at Metabolic for only $5. And so nice incentive there for our community. Next slide. Also, another Westy win, we have a new 4-acre addition that's been added to our Big Dry Creek open space. And so on January 31st, the city finally closed on the purchase of the 4-acre Barber property, and that's out on Federal Boulevard by 120th Avenue. It's surrounded currently on 3 sides by open space, and so this kind of completes and fills in that missing hole of open space. So huge win for our community. The initial environmental assessment required to remove the house and the outbuildings is completed. We've got some additional permitting, utility disconnects, et cetera, that have to be done. And then we will deconstruct the building with an expectation that, or the buildings, with an expectation to be finished with that restoration, the deconstruction in the fall, and the restoration then begins immediately thereafter. But that's a nice addition to our community. Next slide. Things to know: Planning Commission meeting tomorrow evening, 7 to 10 p.m. right here in Council Chambers. The Parks, Rec, and Libraries Job Fair goes this Saturday. That's a huge event for the city. We have a lot of folks that come on staff in the spring, summer, and early fall time period. That goes Saturday, March 2nd, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's at City Park Recreation Center. And then our next City Council study session is Monday, March 4th, 6:30 p.m., City Council Chambers. And we have several presentations that night. The one that I'll just mention because it was brought up with the RMMA discussions is we do have CDPHE coming in to talk to the council and take their questions. And so looking forward to that. Next slide. Information-only items. Information-only item on the Federal Boulevard Bus Rapid Transit Overview. Next slide. And as always, we encourage folks to reach out and contact us. We want to remain accessible, responsive, transparent, accountable. You can call me directly at 303-658-2006. You can email me directly at the email there, mfreitag@westminsterco.gov. But as always, there's great information out there. If you haven't visited our website, please do so, www.westminsterco.gov. And I encourage you to follow us on social media. You can like us on Facebook. You can check us out on Instagram. You can follow us on X, or you can ring our bell at next door. Pending any questions, that's all I have this evening.
Any questions? See none, that takes us to council comments. Anyone? Councilor Hott?
Yes. I just want to thank Alan Barb for his comments tonight. Mr. Palmer touched on this too, but words absolutely do matter. And I haven't seen this on this council, but I've seen it at our state legislature. I've seen it in our Congress. And when we allow hateful comments to be made, it does more than just hurt people's feelings sometimes. I am somebody who is non-binary. I use they, them pronouns. I have listened to this state on multiple bills, basically try to decide if I'm allowed to exist. And normally, those comments hurt. But last week in Oklahoma, there was a student, I'm going to say their name, Next Benedict, who was beaten to death for being non-binary. So when we allow these words, these hateful words to be spoken, and we allow them to be repeated, people get hurt and people die. So thank you, because words matter. And so we absolutely, when we hear words of hate, we need to stop it immediately. There is the First Amendment, so when I'm sitting here as a counselor, I have to listen when people come up and they give their comment. But when I'm not up here, you bet, if I hear anything, I shut it down. And I would ask that all of our residents, when they hear words of hate, if they could speak up, because it does more than hurt people's feelings sometimes. Sometimes people get really seriously hurt, and sometimes people die. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Izadi?
Thank you, Mayor. To concur with Councilor Hott, I think it's very important. And so a question for City Manager regarding this flurry of city councils across the state, or really across this county specifically, are going through these anti-Semitic flurries, right? So outside groups are coming in and making 20, 30-minute comments that are anti-Semitic and racist and those things. Do we have a plan? I know we just met, so I wish we talked about this last Saturday when we talked about our rules and protocols, but I feel strongly we need a mitigation plan to proactively do something. So if it does come to Westminster, we activate this plan, whatever that plan is. Do you feel that we have in our current rules enough flexibility to stop it if it does happen, or should we put that into our rules and regulations to amend what we did last Saturday with some rule that it's flexible enough that we can stop this when it happens to us?
Councilor, we don't have a plan specific to that. I'd go back to the rules of decorum. I think the rules of decorum are sufficient as they're currently organized. We have police present, certainly in our council chambers. From a security perspective, we have security protocols at the door. So I'm very comfortable with our ability to respond and deal with that kind of outburst or poor behavior. But I would pass the mic perhaps to the city attorney. He may have a legal perspective.
I think council can always update its rules. I wouldn't recommend it be updated based on the content of comments, but if you want to change the duration of public comment, you can. You can also adjust the methods by which public comments are delivered. So if call-in comments become more problematic, you can revisit your rules to address whether call-in comments are going to be continuing in Westminster. As far as rules of decorum, yes, we have rules that address threatening or disruptive comments, and yes, the chair can always call a recess. The chair can ask that speakers adhere to the code of the rules of decorum, and the chair can always ask that the police enforce a trespass if someone is unwilling to adhere to and comply with our rules of decorum. So there's a few things going on with this issue, but absolutely council can always revise the rules if it becomes clear that you desire to do so, and we can put up a revision of the rules if you want to have staff prepare that for your review.
Yeah, so I know in Lakewood, when it happened to them a couple weeks later, they changed their online to be live but written only. So they made some, because the goal is, so these folks are usually not, it's usually not a behavior thing, it is content. So it walks that fine line of, well, what do we allow to be told to the masses live publicly, and what can still be public without being public. So it's a hard topic, but thanks for that. It sounds like we can, from our current, that is a violation of decorum if it is racist, or is it not if they're not misbehaving while they say it?
So disruptive behavior is addressed in the rules of decorum. Threats are addressed in the rules of decorum. So it really is dependent on the comments that are made. I would recommend, if we have comments that are threatening or causing disruption, that the chair address the speaker and remind them of the rules of decorum. And as I mentioned, you can always adjust your public comment procedures if you find that that would be an appropriate step to consider. You can adjust the clock. You can adjust how the comments are delivered, whether they need to be in person or can be delivered remotely.
Okay, thanks for that. The Downtown Westminster Business Association, very exciting. Thanks for coming in and talking about that. I would love to talk with you guys, and I'll accept that invitation because the downtown is a very exciting project, and we should all be supporting that. So thank you for that. Dog waste bags and garbage cans. So we've been hearing about this. As we all know, this is an issue. Westminster Hills, open space, maintenance of that. The least we can do is make sure we have the ability for folks to clean up after themselves. So what's up? Can we fix this issue of waste bags and garbage cans?
Yes, Councilor. I think that, frankly, my expectation as a fellow resident of Westminster would be that if folks are coming to walk their dogs in our open space, that they would come prepared to pick up their dog waste and be responsible for picking it up. So I know when I walk my dog, I carry a couple bags with me and I pick up, their waste as I go along. And so I'm hopeful that the pet owners would be responsible pet owners and pick up and bring their own materials to do that. However, for those that forget to bring that and realize they get to the dog park and don't have it, we do have them available. And I noticed that Parks Rec and Library Director Herrera Mischler was back there taking copious notes to make sure that maybe on the weekends when there's high volume and high use, that we double down on the refilling or restocking of those materials. But again, I think the expectation would be that people are coming prepared to pick up after their own pets.
So I don't think the issue is the residents not coming prepared. I think they're all responsible dog owners. But what they're saying is recently there's a reduction of bags in that park. And I think we should do something. We should make sure, especially now that it's a very hot topic, on how we maintain this and how we're going through, creating a solution for this. We need to make sure we at least have bags there and garbage cans.
Absolutely.
The next thing is related to, so City Attorney, I just want to give you your chance to respond to Mr. Palmer on the rules around agendizing the executive sessions.
Thanks, Counselor. So we are mindful of the open meetings law, which requires that agenda items be posted ahead of our meetings. And if an issue is raised in a meeting that is not part of an agendized item of discussion, and it requires, assembly of information, bringing in of a subject matter expert for a later date, I would recommend, honestly, agendizing that exec session on another date when you can have a subject matter prepared to address it with you.
Okay, and finally, regarding so I'm concerned about these commercial plans for the airport. I'm curious what that's about. I'd like to know a lot more about that. Obviously, this is a big issue in our city, and it's important that as we go through how we mitigate this and what we're going to do about the lead issue and the noise issue, our plans are not countered with even more expansion during a time when we need to first figure out how the existing is happening, is impacting the city. So I'm curious what that's about and if that's true or not. And that's all I got.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on that same topic regarding the Rocky Mountain Municipal Airport, Metropolitan. Wait, what is it? Metropolitan?
Jeffco Airport.
Okay, thank you. RMMA. So I feel like there's a couple of things that I'd like to respond to the community. Councilor DeMott is not the only person responsible for going back and forth with the community and to resolve the issues that surround the airport. I feel like that's incumbent on the entire council, and that we as a group need to figure out a roadmap for how to address these various environmental impacts that we are hearing and learning about. And I don't think at this point we're very organized around just how we want to approach each piece of this. And I think we may want to organize ourselves within a study session to parse out what information do we have, what do we want, what actions do we want to take, how can we engage with the community, and what is our approach with the CNR specifically, so that Councilor DeMott is not shouldering all of this on his own or expected to do that. I feel like we all should be engaged in assisting with this conversation and helping to respond. And I know for staff there is no obvious roadmap for addressing environmental impacts, when especially you're hearing from multiple entities that one says there is something and the other says there's not. This is kind of similar to what we're experiencing with the Greenway Trail, and we also are supposed to have the support of the CDPHE and the EPA in trying to help protect our environment. And so I think perhaps if we kind of hear from the CDPHE on March 4th and then have a subsequent conversation as a group together and and start to develop some path forward with how we want to treat all of the different pieces of this, I think that might be a good move. So I'll just suggest that to the group if we want to set up a study session soon and have staff kind of help us organize ourselves. So there's that. I did also want to, I'm really excited to hear about the Downtown Westminster Business Association. That's awesome to hear that the businesses are coalescing, and it's just a great future forward for Westminster. I'm usually at Sweet Bloom like quite a bit, so happy to have another reason to go. One other thing I just wanted to comment on, the mobile home park that is next to the future Upland project. It sounds like they're, I would love to hear how if there can be some types of improvements to assist that mobile home park with respect to visibility and just a feeling of separation from the new development, to the extent that they desire that. But also with our economic development team working on housing, if there are needs within that mobile home park, there are grants we have access to through Prop 123. Is there something that we can do to help support our mobile home parks in making some improvements to their individual homes? And I was just wondering if you could, city manager, give us a quick update on the communication with cell providers. I know we've had some updates over time, requests to meet, and just what are we doing? What can we do?
Yes, so real quick on cell phone towers. Number one, we've got a meeting tomorrow with Councilor Azadi. What was the name of the firm again?
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile, there we go, sorry. But Councilor Azadi connected with T-Mobile and connected them with the city. And so we've got city staff meeting with them tomorrow, or correction, this Thursday. And so that's a good sign. We also have a cell phone tower project that's in development. I don't know whether there's anybody from staff here that's able to speak to that in any level of detail, but on the northern end of the city, which would help with some of the folks on that northern section that complain or are concerned with poor service. So, Mr. McConnell, could you help with that?
Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. So yes, we've processed a pre-application for a large cell tower in the I-25 corridor. It's moving into the CPR process next, so the City Council should see that very soon as we can get those dates arranged for you.
From 144th to 128th, you just can't use your cell phone.
I think this provider or this construction company is trying to solve that problem, and it should be able to accommodate multiple providers if constructed. Well, you have to approve it first.
Any other questions?
Mayor, I'm sorry. Councilor Carmelia has her hand up.
Oh, perfect. Councilor Carmelia?
Thank you so much. I believe that Mayor Pro Tem just addressed most of the items I was about to, but I will go in anyway. I just want to thank both Councilors Azadi and Hott for addressing the conversation on hate. I do want to ensure that we're ready if and when that comes to us. It sounds like we may have procedures for that conversation, but I want to make sure that we have held this discussion thoroughly first. I also want to double down on what Mayor Pro Tem said regarding CNR. This is all of our responsibility. And I know that we did promise the public to follow up on the environmental implications of the airport. In my mind, again, this is separate from the CNR's responsibilities. And so we need to make sure we've got a plan of action with our staff on how we're going to pursue that conversation and what it is we can do so that we can make that clear and available to the public so that they understand what it is that we are trying to do regarding lead from the airport. And then I just wanted to say thank you to that gentleman who called in. I believe he's called in before on the towers for the cell phone coverage. It's pushing us to make sure that this is taken care of. And it sounds like we've already got some conversations in place, but I just want to say I'm excited to hear the follow-up from Thursday's meeting. And I'll also double down on, I'm excited to hear about the Westminster Business Association. I will accept as well. I'll definitely be coming by. And I also am at Sweet Bloom all of the time. So maybe I'll bump into you anyway. And then on the trailer parks, the audio from the stand isn't crystal clear. And so I wasn't very clear on the issue, but I'm hoping to ask staff to follow up with the comment so that I can do a better job following up with the ask and make sure that I can do what's required. And I just want the speakers to know that we're here, we're listening, and we're trying to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a minute to thank all the business representatives and residents who came out to participate in what is your local government. We appreciate it. There could be other things that I'm sure you could find to do on a Monday night, so we're happy to have guests here. Other couple quick things that I wanted to touch on. One, I would ask if when we do have the voicemails, because I think that is one of the areas of a lot of concern that I've heard that people are using that as a way to basically use, put vile comments down across different city councils. So I'm curious with those, I think the concern could be that those get played out. I assume that those get kind of vetted to see if they follow the rules of decorum, and how is that vetted prior to a meeting?
We do listen to the voicemails, not particularly for content, but to make sure they follow the rules of decorum, to make sure that you can hear them. So they are vetted in a very, very high-level way.
So I guess then, with that being said, and I understand that we have to stay content neutral because we want to make sure we're not violating people's rights. I understand, we're trying to provide a good environment, and I certainly am an advocate of freedom of speech. So I would think that one of the ideas of making those be written and transcribed might be a way for us to avoid that becoming a platform for people to say vile things. So I think that we should look at that. I know that would be a council decision, but maybe if staff could come back with some ideas about what that would look like, I would appreciate it. I want to thank our Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela for her suggestion. I will say that with the CNR, since we joined it, there are so many different facets of that issue with the airport, and they're not all related to the CNR. But council, both this one and the prior councils, and even the council before that, since we joined the CNR, has tried to address each of those concerns. And so what I think would be good from springing off of your idea is if staff could come back with because I know we have a lot of irons in the fire with that. So if we could get kind of more of a exclusive list of all the things that we're trying to do, from having CDPHE come in on the lead front. I know that we've been working with our delegation. We've been working with our federal delegation as well as the state delegation. And so I think that there's an opportunity for us to show the public all the things that we're doing, and then also as a council see where the gaps are and almost come up with a legislative policy around that. And I think that's something that we do at the state level, but maybe this is something that we need to do as a council, so that here's how we're going to lobby this when it comes to the CNR. Because, and I know you all know this, we have so many different things that we serve on that we have to go back in here, but that makes it difficult. If being in that seat, I know exactly, what your expectations are as a council, I think that would help me do the people's work better. So I really like that idea, and hopefully staff could come up with some work around that. I would share with the public as well, we do have staff who listens to those meetings and helps us prepare. So maybe, whenever we have that topic come up, when they ask about, I know we've seen information around what the RMMA has said about the commercial flights, and from what my recollection is, they're saying that that's not going to happen. But certainly it would be good to have staff follow up on those and report them back to us, and kind of be part of whatever working document that we have. Last thing that I would mention is the phone calls that we got from Charles Najjar remind me that you can't agree with everybody all the time, but you can agree with anybody sometimes. So I appreciate the efforts that he's putting behind that. I know that's something that we don't necessarily have control over, much like the airport, but it is certainly, as you've heard, something that we can try to do our part in. And so I'm glad that staff is doing that, and I would double down my support in saying, let's see what we can do to make that happen for all the residents, no matter what carrier they're on. So, and that is all my comment.
Councilor Ireland?
Hello, thanks for all of you that came out and are active in your community. That's what I like to see. Just a couple things. As far as decorum goes, I think the city council should lead by example, and going forward, we shouldn't be calling names or have any kind of hate speech ourselves. Also, there is a bill that sponsored, we've been told by Carl Brown and Shannon Bird, that those that are concerned about the airport support, and I support too, and I asked my colleagues to read through that and see if they will throw their support for that too. I will be writing that I support that, so just so they know. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I just wanted to remind everybody, March 4th, we do have CDPHE coming in. While it is our study session, I've talked too much tonight, we can ask questions, and we have said many times from this dais, email us your questions to any one of the 7, 8 of us, whoever's up here, email about your concerns about lead, and we will do our best to address those questions at the study session. The sooner we get them, the better, so we can get them into like ones so that we hit everything. But we have all said, if you email it to any one of us, we will make sure everybody sees it, and it will go with us into that study session. I just want to remind also the public, each one of us are, I don't know on how many liaisons to all of these boards and commissions that are around. It's, I think, 4 pages worth. And we all have outside jobs, and so we really rely on our city staff for direction and for looking at things, and no one of us does anything without this body. And Councilor DeMott, you certainly, with your CNR, bring us the questions, you tell us what has come up, and ask for our direction, ask for staff's direction, and you do the best you can because you can't answer anything that we haven't all discussed. So thank you for that, and I like some of the suggestions that are coming out. So anything else? Otherwise, we're moving to consent agenda. Do I have a motion for consent agenda? Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda items 8A through 8C.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve items 8A through 8C. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nurmela.
Yes.
And Councilor Ireland. I apologize,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry. Councilor Ireland. Thank you. The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10A, Councilor's Bill number 7. Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 7 on first reading to adopt 2021 International Building and Fire Codes and update the National Electric Code and State of Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code as updates to current construction codes for the city.
Mayor Pro Tem.
A Hardy, second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 7. Is there any any further discussion?
I won't be voting yes on this. It increases the cost of building a home, and I think that we have increased the cost enough, and it's just more regulations, which I don't approve of.
Do we know how much more for a building going up tomorrow with this passed it will cost?
Bring forward our chief building official and see if he can answer that question. I'm sure
Welcome.
Yes. Good evening, Council. The question was asked, I believe, at the study session when we did that in November. I did some analysis with the assistance of the National Home Builders Association, and as far as I could tell, it wouldn't exceed $3,800 for the typical single-family home being built in Westminster. That would be going from the 2015 regulations to the 2021 regulations. Most of those changes would be based on upgraded energy compliance requirements, which in theory will pay back themselves over a period of time.
Thank you. People ask, and I just thought we all would benefit with the number. Anything else? Roll call, please.
Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland.
No.
And Councilor Carmelia.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
We have, it is now 8:49, and we do have 3 post-meeting presentations and 2 executive sessions. City Attorney, would you please read the titles of the executive sessions and then gauge the interest of council in convening these sessions?
I will do that. Thank you, Mayor. But first, a request of council based on Westminster Municipal Code 1113G. I would ask that you vote to allow Councilor Carmelia to participate in the executive session. Under the code, that requires 2/3 majority.
Councilor DeMott?
I would move that we allow Councilor Camerlia to participate in the executive session.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve that Councilor Carmelia may attend the executive sessions. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Counselor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland.
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia.
Yes.
And Counselor Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. The first executive session that's proposed for your agenda tonight would be convened pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 246402-4B and Westminster Municipal Code 1113C6 and 8 to consult with and receive legal advice from the city attorneys on legal issues related to the city's investigation into an incident involving decedent Torrance McCall.
I will poll each counselor if you're willing to go into executive session for that reason. Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
And the second executive session that's on tonight's agenda is for a discussion of a personnel matter, a quarterly check-ins on annual review process specific to the city manager, city attorney, and presiding judge pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code Section 1113C1 and Colorado Revised Statute 246402-4F1.
I will poll the council to ask if you're willing to go into executive session for this issue. Counselor Izadi?
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
It is 8:52 and we are adjourned.
McConnell here to introduce the team tonight. We've got a presentation for you on the Federal Boulevard BRT, and we're honored to have our friends from CDOT here with us. This is Ryan Knowles and Angie Drum. We also have our resident transportation and mobility planner, Chris Chauvin here. And so we'll let CDOT provide the presentation for you. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those between the team.
Do
So
you want
without
questions
further ado,
after or during?
what's your preference?
Yeah, up to you.
After is probably best, just because there's a lot of information,
Okay.
so. I get-
Perfect.
We can always come back to the slides if we need to.
Hi, good evening. My name is Angie Drum. I'm the Region 1 Deputy Director for Traffic and Safety. Just wanted to thank you for inviting us to come and give a presentation. We are really excited about this project. As you may be aware of, regional, or what we should say, urban arterial bus rapid transit is a line item in CDOT's 10-year plan. And Federal Boulevard is one of the corridors that we are working on to implement bus rapid transit. Super excited for the partnership that we have with all the local entities and RTD. And with that, I will give it to Ryan to get into the presentation.
Thanks, Angie. So I'm Ryan Knowles. I'm the BRT Program Manager for CDOT Region 1 and overseeing the Federal Boulevard BRT project. So this evening, I wanted to provide an overview of the project, where it came from, especially some of the previous projects that have really informed the work that we're doing now. And then talk about just kind of the project structure, so how we're really treating this as a partnership, working closely with our partners like the City of Westminster. And then talk about where we are in the project, so really the decisions that have been made. We have some pretty exciting milestones we've completed and some coming up. And then we'll cover public engagement briefly, just talking about the next month or so, really how we're going to be diving into discussing the project with the community. So when we talk about BRT on Federal Boulevard, we're really talking about a very long and big project. So the BRT route that we're planning extends from 120th Avenue in Westminster to Dartmouth Avenue in South Denver, and then extends in Westminster over to the Wagon Road Park and Ride, and then in Denver on Dartmouth Avenue, it will extend to the Englewood Station in the city of Englewood. So it's about an 18-mile corridor on Federal Boulevard, and then it goes 2 lanes. It's over 40 miles long. So it's a very large project. But what we're looking at really is providing a high-capacity, highly reliable bus rapid transit service. So it has a lot of the trademark elements that you might see in a light rail project. Some of these things include buying a ticket before you get on the bus, level boarding, so the platform of the station is level with the floor of the bus, which is makes accessibility much easier for folks who have mobility challenges. There's also branding that goes along with the route. So we're in preliminary talks now about extending the branding that's been discussed for the Colfax BRT in Denver and really applying that at a regional level, but no decisions have been made yet. And then we also really focus on upgrading bus stops to stations. And so rather than having a concrete platform with a flag and a pole, you have something more like what you see on US 36, where it is more of a transit waiting environment. It's much more comfortable for riders. It gives you real-time information about when the next bus will be arriving. And with this, really increased service frequency. So at a minimum, 15 minutes would be our, what we call a headway, so the frequency of the bus coming every 15 minutes. And then you'll see later in the presentation that in some cases it's even more frequent than that. So one of the benefits of having CDOT engaged and really leading this project is that we obviously are a very large department and we have a lot of resources, and we're able to, as Angie mentioned, allocate quite a bit of our 10-year plan for Region 1 towards BRT. So we have a $170 million line item, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But we're also able to leverage a lot of different other types of funding and work with a variety of partners, and so chief among them is the Federal Transit Administration. We are planning on asking them for up to half of the project cost through the capital investment program, capital investment grant program. And so through that, we're then able to begin to piecemeal and really strategize different funding sources like the RAISE grant program, Service Transportation Block grant program, which we've actually already secured funding for, and Westminster was part of that application. The Non-Attainment Area Pollution Mitigation Enterprise Fund, which is a newer funding source passed by the state legislature to help us attack our greenhouse gas challenges in this region. And so as we begin to really build out this project revenue financing plan, we expect that we will have a very creative approach, and we'll be working closely with the partners to help us support applications to different grant funds and programs. So here is an overview of the overall timeline. So right now we are in the first line of this table. We're in the project development stage of the project. And really focusing on preliminary engineering, so what we call about 30%. And then our NEPA reviews, so really evaluating environmental impacts, looking at impacts to wetlands, air quality, historic properties, et cetera. And so we are about approaching halfway through this process. We will be there this summer, and then the goal is to have that completed early to mid next year, where we will then embark on our final design. And in that final design will be the point at which we will apply for that large amount of Federal Transit Administration funding. Our goal is to start construction in mid-2027 to have this project open to the public before 2030. So it seems like a long time away, but it's actually quite an aggressive schedule for a project this size, utilizing federal funds. So as I mentioned, we have a lot of background that we've built this project on. We haven't started this from scratch. One of the first foundational studies that really led to what the project looks like in concept was the RTD Regional BRT Feasibility Study. And so this was a very large study that looked at, I think, 29 corridors across the metro region, and went through a 4-tier process to evaluate which of those corridors would be best for BRT in the entire RTD system. And Federal Boulevard was one of those corridors. And really, if you look at the map on the right, what we are planning is not substantially different than the concept that is shown in that study, aside from the headways and then the service plan, which I'll get into in a moment. But really, we are looking at including bus-only lanes that allow right turns for significant parts of the corridor. And then in sections where that's not feasible, we'll have mixed traffic lanes that will include transit signal priority. So this is when the bus approaches an intersection, it triggers the signal to either hold the green, or there's a separate signal that would allow the bus to move through the intersection and beat the congestion that is accumulating there. Additionally, DRCOG then added Federal Boulevard to the Regional Transportation Plan, the Metro Vision 2050. And so this means that there is a strong commitment from the Metropolitan Agency and from the governments that comprise it to delivering the project. That's a signal to the federal government, so that was a major milestone that happened in 2021. Additionally, the City of Westminster, as you are well aware, did the Transportation Mobility Plan in 2021 and highlighted Federal Boulevard as a priority transit corridor. And then building on that, did the Federal Boulevard Multimodal Transportation Study in December of 2021, and really laid the groundwork for what we call our preferred alternative for the project. So identified looking at wide shoulders, lawn right turn lanes, in some cases the outside third lane, and converting that into a business access transit lane, which is also a bus lane that would allow right turns into and out of private properties and driveways and such. And then actually gave us a lot of legwork in terms of figuring out where the bus stations should be as well. And so this was really a significant part of our letter to the FTA in the middle of last year, signaling that we had a project design in concept and we were ready to move forward with the project development phase. And then also, Adams County has done some work in their master plan, also supporting and solidifying that locally preferred alternative as well. And so all this together has helped us really deliver on our promise in the 10-year plan to deliver arterial BRT in Region 1, in the metro region. So as I mentioned, we have $170 million allocated towards that goal. It's a huge investment that has been made by the Transportation Commission and the governor. And Federal Boulevard is a very significant part of that line item. So Federal Boulevard, Colorado Boulevard, and then parts of Colfax are really comprising the BRT program for Region 1 at this time. So for the oversight of the project, we have a strong tier of leadership and staff expertise reporting up to leadership, culminating in an executive oversight committee, which we held our first meeting for in late January. And so working down from there, we have what we call our project management team and our project leadership team. And so this is where we are on a weekly and monthly basis, really talking about the nuts and bolts of the project, the policy implications, the financial plan, the service plan, some of the things I'll talk about in a moment, and then reporting up to the oversight committee. We also have technical working groups as we get into the finer details of what the project will look like, and we haven't convened any of these technical working groups yet. We'll start to talk to experts in traffic operations and budgeting, and environmental concerns, really to work through specific issues at a station, street level type perspective. But right now we've had about 4 meetings with the project management team and the project leadership team, and we made quite a bit of progress since we kicked off the project in early September of last year. So as I mentioned, the project includes preliminary design, up to 30% plans of 100% plan set. We're looking at the NEPA class of action work to determine what the impacts of the project will be and how best to address them. As I mentioned, we're working through the FTA Small Starts Grant application process, and that's a multi-tiered process that kind of guides how our project development progresses. And then we're going to be diving significantly into public engagement, starting to talk about where the project has come from and what decisions at a very high level have been made up to this point, so that we can begin to understand what the community needs in terms of station design, signal operations, corridor operations, et cetera. As part of that, we'll also be doing a very thorough traffic and safety analysis, doing traffic modeling for the next 20 years to understand what the impacts to the overall system are, as well as ridership forecasting to understand what the growth in transit ridership will be. And just for a point of reference, Federal Boulevard today is the second busiest corridor in the entire system. And we expect that as traffic grows and the region grows, that we will see more congestion, and this is one way to address that congestion. And then additionally, working through the financial plan, as I mentioned. And so some of the milestones we've already completed, we were accepted into that project development phase, so basically the pipeline for federal funding through the Federal Transit Administration. I've been working very closely with Chris and the team at Westminster, as well as our other partners, Federal Heights, Adams County, the City of Denver, RTD, and DRCOG, on developing the project and talking about the design and the service plan, which I'll cover in a moment. in that we've developed some project charters and confirmed this project will be a bus that runs at the curbside as opposed to a bus that runs in the center of the road, which you may have seen is the design for the Colfax BRT. The BRT on Federal Boulevard will run along the curb on the outside lane. And so as that pertains to Westminster Boulevard, some proposals at a very high level in terms of what that might look like. So on 120th Avenue, there are existing lawn right turn lanes and shoulders that we believe we can repurpose to an outside bus only lane without impacting through movements for vehicular traffic. This was actually something that came out of that RTD BRT feasibility study I mentioned. Between 120th Avenue and 94th and 92nd, again, there are some very long right turn lanes and shoulders that we believe we can repurpose into bus lanes that allow business access and right turns at intersections. And then between 94th and 92nd to 91st, we would convert, again, shoulders and right turn lanes. And then this is where we start looking at some of the outside general purpose lanes and converting those into bus-only lanes, allowing right turns into and out of properties and driveways. And that would continue south to about 81st Avenue, where there's a mixture of the shoulders, right turn lanes, as well as through lanes. When we hit the US 36 interchange, there are a lot of complications with making changes to how that intersection or interchange currently operates and is designed. And so our goal here will be simply to get the bus across the interchange with minimal delay. And the details of that and how that interacts with the on and off ramps, those are all things that we still need to figure out. But no big changes to this interchange is the short story. From 82nd and 81st to I-76, so the southern part of the city of Westminster, this is really where we will be looking at repurposing the outside third through lane into a bus lane that allows right turns. And so that's something that we'll be modeling through our traffic analysis and understanding how that will work if there is diversion that accompanies that, where that diversion would take place. And so we'll be doing a pretty thorough analysis of that. And then down into Adams County, at I-76 interchange, we have a constrained area. So the layout will work a little bit differently there. It'll probably run in mixed traffic just because of the bridges you see, as well as a railroad bridge that's not quite in that picture. It's hard to move those bridge piers. And then into the city of Denver, again, very similar to the approach in Westminster, we'll be converting and widening the shoulders to bus-only lanes and allowing that business access. So talking about what this will look like from a riding perspective, on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see the existing transit service on Federal Boulevard today. And so a few key points for Westminster. You can see north of Colfax and the Federal Transfer Center, the only line that serves Westminster on Federal Boulevard is the Route 31 that turns west at 112th towards the Front Range Community College. And then there's a gap in service. There's no service between 112th and 120th. And then on 120th, we have the Route 120. And so the 120 runs every 30 minutes. The 31 runs every 60 minutes. So our proposed service plan, which we've iterated on and talked to with our project partners through our project leadership team, would actually add service significantly in the city of Westminster. So between Westminster Station and Wagon Road, we would have what we call the BRT Federal North Route. And so that would run every 15 minutes. It would also cover that gap that exists today between 112th and 120th. And the BRT would turn towards Wagon Road where it would terminate. There's also an additional line that will be added through RTD's 2027 System Optimization Plan, Reimagine RTD, the Route 114, which will coincide with the BRT between Wagon Road and the Front Range Community College, and that'll run every 60 minutes. So you'll still have that transfer points to get over to FRCC at 112th, and then you'll have that new service in between, in addition to the 120 and the BRT. Going south from Westminster Station, we actually have overlap. So we have the North Line and the South Line. The North Line actually goes from Wagon Road all the way down to Evans, and then the South Line goes from Westminster Station to Englewood Station. And so that overlap area today has varying frequencies, but in the BRT we'll have about a 7.5-minute frequency. So one bus, either the south or the north, will come every 15 minutes, but it will be staggered and such so that a bus will arrive every 7.5 minutes. And this is where really the core of the ridership in the corridor is. And then south of Evans, the bus would run about every 15 minutes between Yale, and then 10 minutes between Yale and Englewood. So we're looking at about a 7 to 10% increase in the amount of service that RTD has accepted through their system optimization plan. And so really where we are right now is talking through, okay, what does that look like in terms of added cost? Where does that cost come from? How will that be funded? But we are feeling pretty good about our ability to meet what we're showing on this proposed screen, because it is not a large increase over what RTD has already committed to provide on Federal Boulevard, and it really does enhance service in Westminster, Federal Heights, and Adams County significantly. So our next steps, we are finalizing the station location plan. So really looking at that service plan I just showed, and then figuring out the exact spacing of stations and making sure that the stations are accessible and they are located where they need to be, so that people are really not outside of a quarter-mile trip from wherever they start on the corridor to a station. We're also working through design features for the stations, and so we've just started that conversation. We don't really have any concept there yet, but we hope to in the next 2 months, and I'm sure the next time I come see you, I'll have something to show there. And then initiating public engagement is a big piece of what we're going to be doing in the next 2 months. And so we will be hosting a series of pop-ups in the north part of the corridor. So these are the ones we have identified so far, but we're also looking to add more. So if the council has any recommendations, we'd be happy to take them and add some additional pop-ups. We're also looking at hosting a public meeting probably in the latter part of April, and that'd be a more traditional public meeting where we have a presentation and talk about the next steps and take some public comment. And then we also have a project website on CDOT's webpage, or we have a project webpage on CDOT's website. Looks those up. And we'll be adding information to that regularly. We have a comment form, contact information, and we are also working on an ambassador program. Is something I'm pretty excited about. So our consulting partners have some expertise with building capacity at the grassroots level, really building ambassadors to spread word about the project person to person. And so we're going to be doing a lot of work around that in the next month too, so I hope to have some good information going forward on that. And then we've also done some significant coordination with public information officers to date. And so we have this multi-tiered approach to engagement. I think we're always looking to iterate on it, so please feel free to let us know if we could do things better, or if you have ideas on where good places to engage are, or good good communities in the city would be to talk to. I think we have a pretty good plan, but, you know, like I said, I think it can always be built on. I know it was a lot of information, so I'll stop there, but thank you for your time tonight.
Questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I'm really excited to have actual BRT. So, just a couple of questions more on your proposed routes. So if we could go back to that slide. I think one, there's two locations that I'm probably more sensitive to, and the first one is the Front Range Community College. I'd like to better understand maybe we only currently get a 60-minute headway over there, but I'd really like to understand what is the potential for a community college, and this is, yes, a commuter college, but it's also a really busy and kind of wide-ranging community destination that I think, and it also includes our College Hill Public Library at the same location. So I think as you're going to do public outreach, to focus on potentially a pop-up there, either at the library and or at the college itself, so you can understand, is this enough? Is there more demand? How can we take advantage of this routing, and is there some, I know RTD is difficult to get, service with, but as you're looking at that, I think Route 114 should be scrutinized. And I'm hoping there's some overlap connectivity between the BRT and that route. The second location that I'd probably tie concern and interest and outreach with is the Westminster station itself. So understanding, and I brought this up to staff earlier, just how that integrates in with the 31 routing and now this BRT, and knowing that, transfers modal, like the shift between somebody driving versus buses and going to rail, those transfers are really sensitive to time and distance, how long it takes you to get from one mode to another. So I just also want to understand how that's going to play into the BRT, and if you're really pulling off a service that otherwise would have connected directly to another mode. What, and maybe there's analysis already of existing mode shift and it's not, excessive at that location, and so that's I'd like to just better understand the transfers and what we might be losing if that gets taken away. So at the same time, I'd probably again do maybe a pop-up at the Westminster station, get to understand what's happening with those riders. And in terms of community outreach, I'd also want to know how you'll reach existing riders. I mean, maybe that's part of your community ambassadors, but I mean, somebody just kind of hanging out riding the bus. People love to talk on transit, but if you could, I think that would be kind of helpful to understand what they're experiencing. And just the last thing is just a suggestion of, if we could get the riders to have maybe access something like maybe it's on the bus, one of the, what do you call them, the
QR code?
The QR codes. Thank you, Chris, for reading my mind. But if that's on the benches, that's on the bus, then we'd love to.
Yard signs, we could do yard signs.
Yeah. And with it being there, they need to do it with the train.
Yes, on the trains too, yeah. Just
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll also add too that we're going to have Northwest Peak Rail that could be potentially serving the Westy Station within the window of this design and work that we're doing, and Front Range Passenger Rail will also be coming to the Westy Station. So we have all of this stuff that's going to be happening in this general location, quarter of a mile, half a mile away from the station, including bikes and pedestrians coming into this area. And it's up to us as the project team to ensure that all of that gets folded in, baked in, so to speak, to make sure that we're not tripping up one service to fix another service or to emphasize one over another. We want to improve the transit experience. We don't want to deny the transit in our communities.
Yeah, so that, again, that just goes to more sensitivity. If you're just dropping somebody off way over at Federal and they have to hoof it to the station.
For sure.
And then now we're adding service. Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Quick, so if we can, so thank you. I'm also excited about this. Very exciting. Can you take a step back and for the public's sake, can you explain the importance of having BRT on the disabled community, senior, low income, fixed income, and how that addresses inequities that currently exist?
Sure. So as I mentioned, Federal Boulevard today is the second busiest transit corridor in the entire metro region. And so there are many people that rely on transit on Federal Boulevard in order to access higher capacity services like the rail at Westminster Station or Decatur and Federal, which is one of the highest transfer points in the entire system. And so BRT benefits populations that rely on transit in several ways. So one, it makes transit more reliable and more frequent. So rather than having to plan your day around a schedule, you can show up at a station and expect that a bus will arrive in a certain period of time. So it makes accessing employment opportunities, services, just general transportation and mobility across the region, which has huge economic benefits, easier. It also really heightens the experience. So in many ways, our transportation system isn't always oriented towards the folks who are in most need. And so what BRT does is it helps provide a better experience for people that need to take the bus every day. What it also does, though, is it, in providing a better experience, also supports the communities around it. And so when you have more attractive bus stations and you have better service and better connectivity across the system, you're making that corridor much more accessible to a larger population, and you really can build economically on that. I mean, you can have really significant impacts to economic and community development. And so what BRT, if done right and done well and thoughtfully, can be a very transformative service for not just people who rely and need transit, but also for people who may want to choose to take transit. And so there are a lot of opportunities. There's been a lot of really well done BRT projects in other cities where you can see some of these things playing out. And so we're lucky that we can build on some of these good examples. And really, Federal Boulevard is, in terms of the metro region, one of the most diverse corridors, maybe the most diverse corridor in this part of Colorado. And so I think we have a huge opportunity to help people who need to take transit, who rely on it, as well as really connect communities and open up just the diversity of the corridor and help support the people who are already living here, who already are traveling, and then people who want and need to as well.
Thank you for that answer. Two more questions. One is around the funding. So you said it's 170 million. Is that total, or is that the portion that you're looking to get funded?
So that's actually the amount of committed funding that CDOT has put towards BRT, not just Federal, but some other corridors as well in the 10-year strategic plan. So our working cost estimate for this project is around $300 million. So our project financial plan will include a portion of that $170 million, but we're also using that $170 million to leverage other sources. So primary among them, the FTA capital investment grant that I mentioned, which is that program has been funded through the bipartisan infrastructure law. And then there's also several other federal programs as well as some state programs that we think we can put together a pretty robust funding package for the project and make a very large, significant investment in the corridor.
Okay, and finally, regarding the community outreach, so too often, government, when we talk about outreach, what they really mean is making the public aware of plans that are already baked in, and it's not real input. It's not really engagement. What I would hope for this, and I'm sure you guys have the right intent here, right, is with your outreach, make sure it's with good intent that you want their voices to shape this, because if there's any area or project that we see that come to us that really requires a real engagement effort, it's transportation, right? It's something like this where a lot of folks have a lot of opinions on this and feelings, and it's very personal, and they have a lot of ideas, right? So many of them are really good ideas because they've lived here for a long time. I would hope that their voices shape this. And what we rarely get to hear is how. So a postmortem of, hey, here's what the plan was. We presented to you guys, right? We had our public input, and now here's what the plan is, right? So show us more of how the voices shaped the plan and how it's different now.
Counselor, I will just add that when we were doing the multimodal corridor study, I was with Adams County at the time, and when we were engaging the public along that corridor, not only did it talk about what we want to do curb to curb on federal, but it also opened our eyes to other issues, such as we learned of a disabled lady that had to cross the street at 92nd in the dark, in the rain, and got trapped in the middle. And that led us to go back to CDOT and have a conversation about signal timing. You know, and so it was a minor, low-hanging thing. We could deal with it very quickly, but it was this bigger project that brought her out and had her discuss with us the issues that she was seeing along federal. I feel like we could have the exact same thing here, not just in Westminster, but all of our jurisdictions. I'm having issues getting across the street. I'm having issues connecting with a transit stop. I'm in a wheelchair and there's no ramps for me to get down off the sidewalk, etc. These low-hanging things that the city can go in and go click, 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 and we're fixed, and then we get back to the bigger project. So that's the win that we get out of public comment, regardless.
Thank you.
Councilor Carmelia, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you. I also am really, really excited about this. So thank you, everyone that's working on this. This is a win-win-win, I think. I did want to build off of the comments that Mayor Pro Tem Namella made earlier. When we said we were going to have a few more pop-ups, I really think it'd be a good idea to have one of those pop-ups be at the library, because I found that the folks who are already using public services tend to use more of our public services, and often the folks needing to use the computers and labs of the library are the ones who need transit as well. But I just was thinking of ways to loop in more folks. I think that there's probably more ways to do that, expanding down this road of thinking, but I haven't thought of those yet. But if we can figure out different ways to get the folks, like Namella said, already using the transit to get their opinions, that'll help.
I would like to know how many are riding the bus at this point before we add this. Because when I've gone to meetings, there's a lot of safety issues. People aren't riding the bus because they don't feel safe. So how are we addressing these safety issues? Because I can go to other cities, I feel safe riding the bus, but I can't say that here. So that's a problem. If you're going to spend all this money and people aren't going to ride it, it'd be better off to give them a car. For $300 million, you could give a lot of people a car. So I would like to know what your ridership is. It seems like they keep lowering the price to get people on. It's free for 19 and under now. Is that improving people riding it? I don't think so, because they don't feel safe. We have a safety issue with buses. And that's what we need to address if we want people to ride it.
Counselor, I have numbers for the rail system. I do not for the bus system. I'm going to work on that first thing tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
I'll get you, I'll fit it back through, so you'll have it. I will tell you this, he did mention earlier that it is the second highest ridden route in the RTD system, and it was also the very first one after COVID to the point where the ridership actually exceeded what RTD was expecting, and they would have to use what they call shadow buses. So they'd fill one bus and they'd have a second bus have to come back behind it because our demand was so strong.
But
That was post-COVID.
Is it still like that, though?
That's exactly right. No, but I'm telling you the importance that we're seeing from a staff perspective, that the volumes along this corridor prove to us that the 31 is a strong route. And that's what this project is going to do. I will get that data for you starting tomorrow. RTD can be a little slow sometimes, so I'll do the very best to try to get back to you as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we have the data also, I just don't.
Oh, you have the data already?
I don't,
Good.
I don't have it on hand, but.
We will get the data earlier then. That works.
Pre-pandemic, there were over a million boardings a year. And I think it's around that now. But we'll
Good.
get
A year, but what about a day, a week? I would
Yeah,
like
a
to
day-
know,
a day
not
in
just a
the-
year.
A day would be in the thousands, but I don't know the exact number.
But we have how many million in Denver and metro area? Like, how many are we up to? 4 million people? 1,000 people are riding it? That's not a big percentage.
Counselor Hart, did I see your hand?
Yes, so I'm also excited about this. So I lived in Westminster without a car for 2.5 years, and so I relied on the bus system. And while I appreciate you bringing up cars, I actually had a family member at one point who wanted to give me a car, but I couldn't afford the gas, I couldn't afford the car insurance, I couldn't afford a car. So public transit is what I really relied on. While I had to stay with a family member out of state for a few months due to some homelessness I was experiencing, and I used the bus when I was there, and so it was interesting to get to see the differences. And so one thing I would like to suggest that they did differently that I found very helpful as a writer was, instead of the bus driver announcing what stop was next, they had what are those called, where like words scroll?
Ticker.
Yeah, they had a ticker, and that said what the next stop was. Sometimes when I was riding the bus, I couldn't understand many times what stop they were announcing. Sometimes I would miss it. But when I stayed a few months in the other area I was at, I never missed a bus stop because I always knew when that next bus. So I just wanted to bring that up as an area that could be improved, especially for folks who are hard of hearing or may have some sort of disability. I think that makes it a lot easier for folks.
I mean, that's a great point. And as we go through the design process, we're going through the FDA process, we're going to have to adhere to ADA standards. So whatever those are, is it you have to announce, you have the scrolling board, you have the map, the active map. So we'll figure all of that out as we move deeper into the design. And that way we know what these vehicles are going to do and how they're going to communicate that information back to the residents and the riders.
Counselor DeMott, did you have anything? Because of what's happening on 36 with their BRT and Highway I-25, and you know that they've got the new system where anybody that wants to do this is getting ticketed. So how are we going to, something like that I even just saw today with the bus driving, and I was behind them, but I was okay because I was almost where I was at, so I just stayed behind them. But everybody's trying to jingle to get around and whatnot. So just in that background, how are we going to keep all of the in and out, because that's what causes the traffic issues and crashes?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and I don't know if we have a technological type approach similar to the HOV lanes on US 36 or I-25. But the type of bus lane that we're looking at for federal is, as I mentioned, it's curbside, and it's a bus lane that allows vehicle turns into private properties, into driveways or cross streets.
Businesses.
So this actually currently exists on Broadway in Denver and works fairly well. People, generally speaking, don't use the bus lane as a through lane. They use it for its intended purpose to get it in and out of parking lots and local businesses. So we, I think, are going to take a wait and see approach, basically, just based off of that example in Denver, as well as downtown. It seems to work similarly, but I think, you know, if it were a case that we weren't finding that people were respecting the operational signs and markings, then we probably would evaluate that and figure out a different approach. Is the only thing I can say right now.
Yeah, because it'd be hard for any police officer to do anything.
Mhm. I would say on that note, though, you know, so we are working also on a BRT project on Colorado Boulevard, and we've had some discussions with the city of Glendale, and one question they had was, would emergency services be able to use the bus lane? And I think yes. I mean, so that's an added benefit to allow emergency services to bypass congestion. You know, sometimes in some of these very congested corridors, it's hard for them to get around vehicles to get on an emergency response call. So that could also be an added benefit of having that space allocated towards the buses.
It's going to take a lot of education.
Excuse me, just to add to that, that one of the primary goals of the project is safety, and whatever whatever the project ends up being, that it's more safe or safer than it is today. So that is something that we will, definitely take a look at and learn from other states and other projects to what their experience has been.
And having been a bus rider for 10 years, though, whatever you put on the east side facing west, with so much of our wind and rain and snow coming from that direction, a shelter's great, but does nothing when it's coming straight at you. So the ones facing east, we at least have protection of that back. So they need something different, even if it's the see-through little things that you use on the back over here to stay a little bit drier. Because I've waited 2 hours for a bus in snow to go to a Dr. Cog meeting, finally gave up when my feet my Uggs were frozen. I said, they're not coming, I'm going home.
Yeah.
So it's just that people need some of that protection from the elements.
Sure.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Oh, sorry.
Just to pile on, and this might be more from the city side, I think that I have seen increasingly people pass in places where they're not supposed to, whether it's like if you go down towards Longmont, you see people passing in that middle lane, or weaving in and out of the express lanes. I work over off of 270, and the amount of people who decide they're going to go on the shoulder to pass traffic is crazy.
Yeah.
So maybe to be proactive from a city side, it would be interesting to know what kind of added fines or ways that we could, if people are seen making those kind of traffic violations, that we make them pay for it. Because to me, that's super, super dangerous, because it just takes one person hopping over and you have somebody who's legitimately turning, and that's the big concern. So from a city perspective, I would like to have you guys engage the police department and look at ways that we could add fines as a city.
That's what's happening on 25.
Yeah.
That's the reason why it's having so much trouble, is people doing this.
Yeah, it happens all those express lanes, so I think we need to, if this is, you're gonna have the same kind of problem with it, so we should be proactive about that.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
We're getting set up down here, but this is part of our onboarding process, and that is a presentation, very brief, big picture,
but what is Public Works, how's it's organized, how's it's structured, what services does it provide. There'll be an additional follow-on opportunities to engage Public Works with some on-site tours, but I'm going to turn it over to our Public Works and Utilities Director, Paul Knippel. So, Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. It's a brief overview of our organizational, functional areas and budget of the Public Works and Utilities Department. The main purpose really of the department is to build, maintain, and operate our public infrastructure. That's horizontal infrastructure as well as vertical infrastructure. There are other privately held infrastructure pieces out in our rights of way, telecom, gas, power, but this is mostly has to do with the stuff that's owned by the city of Westminster and the public. So organizationally, this is a result really of the consolidation and reorganization of the department that occurred in 2023, which kind of gathered into one place many distributed functions that we had throughout the city, primarily with respect to engineering and operations. There's the director, which is myself, and then there's three main divisions: the city engineer's office, the utilities division, and then an operations division. And as you can imagine, there's a fairly significant organizational structure and tree under each of these three main subdivisions. The department for a budget of 2024 has 211 people and an overall budget of just under $63 million. This does not include capital projects. This is just the operational annual budgets for all of those funds. So the first, and feel free to interject or interrupt throughout this. I've just got a few slides here, but the engineering division, the major functional areas within there have to do with the building of the infrastructure. So our capital program, including facilities, stormwater drainage, any work on the creeks, our water, wastewater utilities, treatment plants, roadways, any buildings that we have, all that the city is going to fund and build will come through this office. There's also a development review component, so things like Upland or Erickson, we spend a significant amount of time looking at the impact to the infrastructure and how those developments are going to fit within the city. And there's also a construction inspection piece. You can lay out the best plans, but if it's not built accordingly, then we have an ensured integrity in the process. Also within the engineering division is our water resources group, and this group's main function is to keep track of our extensive water supply portfolio, primarily all of the water rights that we have, the exchanges, all the activity that goes therein. The water comes into Stanley Lake, and so we've got a staff that's versed in Colorado water law and all of our existing arrangements that we have with other partners throughout. It's a significant resource and a very, very important part of the city, the water supply portfolio is. Also, we have the traffic engineering division, really for traffic control, safety, pedestrian activity. We get a fair amount of citizen requests for things, and we need to look at those in a systematic way, and we're working on some ways to improve on our responsiveness with that. But anything that has to do with pavement, markings, signs, traffic signals, access, all of that comes through the traffic engineering division. And then lastly, really here under engineering is our asset management program. And so this is fundamentally about how do we take care of all of the pieces and parts that we have out in the city with respect to public infrastructure. You need to have a good inventory, a good data collection system, what needs to be done on what pieces of infrastructure, when, what part is preventative maintenance, what goes into repair and replacement, and then how much funding, frankly, is needed for that. This is one part. This is something that is an umbrella service to the entire Public Works and Utilities Department. But we're performing it primarily out of engineering. But really, there's a good opportunity for for the council to help us by setting some service expectations and levels of service. It helps set the fundamental marching orders essentially about to what level do we want to take care of what we have. And I think that if there's an appetite for that, that would help us in developing our plans and how much what sorts of recommendations that we make to the council is how we take care of everything that we have. The next two slides here have to do with the utilities department. And this is primarily, I think of this in two pieces. One is the water supply, the potable water use, and then at your tap it turns into wastewater discharge. So it comes in the tap as a water, potable water, and then it leaves as something that needs to be treated before it then returns to the creek. And so thinking about that division, we have our utilities department, utilities division rather, is responsible for seeing that the water gets from the lake to the treatment facilities, and that water, the operation and maintenance of those treatment facilities goes on. It's a 24/7 ongoing operation, and then that water that's treated is distributed and sent out in a reliable and safe manner to the public, so that when you turn the tap on, it's there. And then there's also the utility billing component that goes along with that. There's the other functional part that it's associated with utilities is our water quality lab. So we spend a lot of time on water quantity and the water rights that we have, but also the water quality piece too. A lot of testing goes into the raw water and to the treated water. And then on the other half of the coin is the wastewater. So all that water has to be collected. It's done through gravity, essentially, whereas the potable water is sent out under pressure. A lot of that pressure comes from our elevated water storage tanks and also the pumping that goes into the system. But the wastewater system follows the contour of the ground, and it's a drain, essentially, into our wastewater treatment plant. About 2/3 of the city goes to Big Dry Creek wastewater treatment plant on the north end, and then roughly another third goes south to Metro, and we pay for that treatment service. There's some images here of some of the basins there with that the treatment facilities, and it is literally a living and breathing system there with billions of microbes that consume the waste and take out the nutrient load so that the water is safe to put back into the environment. And then the last item here on this slide is our reclaimed water system. And this is about, the reclaimed water is after the water has been treated, the wastewater has been treated, as it goes back into the creek system, the city captures a certain amount of that, treats it again and puts some chlorine in it, and then sends it out to go water ball fields and other irrigation uses throughout the city. We have about 135 customers right now. The biggest volume user is the city itself on some of our golf courses. This is a significant part of our water supply portfolio, if you will. We're reusing the water, but it accounts for roughly 10% of our overall consumption. So, and it's a fairly robust system. There's about 27 miles of pipeline associated with that. And then the last slide here, the third division is operations, which is our street division, fleet maintenance, and then facility maintenance. And so there's about 45 employees with both of these, or with the three combined within the three of these. We have about 750 individual fleet assets. That's vehicles. The technicians work on fire apparatus and police apparatus, as well as just regular vehicles and equipment. So they are a diverse and well-trained group. They pay a lot of attention to utilization of vehicles and fuel consumption, and really keep tabs on how we're using vehicles responsibly throughout the city. The facilities group, there's 37 city buildings. it's a 24/7 operation as well. Somebody's always on call. As a homeowner, we understand HVAC systems, plumbing, electrical, roofs, access control, windows and doors. All of these things are getting used and break and need to be fixed, and our folks keep those things running. One thing I would like to mention too is the snow removal operations. That is something that's spread throughout the department. We have about 2/3 of the employees that participate in those events come out of the utilities division, and then about the other third come out of the street division. So we get these snow events, and it's an all hands on deck operation. So I'm sure I'm forgetting something. This was a very light brush of the department. I think as Mr. Freitag mentioned earlier, April 2nd, there'll be a Topics and Tours event over at the Municipal Service Center at the Semper conference room. We'll have the division managers, Andrea, Sarah, and John there to provide some additional information about what they do in their divisions. It'll also give you an opportunity to walk around and interact with some of our staff a little bit more, and come with your questions and challenges for us. And so, with that concludes my presentation this evening.
Questions?
Anything from Councilor Carmelia?
Councilor Carmelia has her.
Councilor Carmelia, we understand you have a hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for that presentation. That was excellent. I'm hoping that I could get a tour sometime of the wastewater treatment plant. Would we be able to do that? That's just one of my favorite topics right there, and I'd love to come by and take a look.
Our staff will be happy to hear that and pleased to do that, yes.
You need to take
That
them-
is amazing.
you need to take them to
And
the
then
farm.
real quick, oh, sorry.
We have a farm, and I just was saying, I've had the privilege of going out there. I've driven the tractor and laid poop. So anyway, and fertilized. You guys need to go out and see that whole thing. It's amazing.
Oh, wow. That's really neat. And then I just had a question. When we see the crews outside on the streets, for example, working on some of the road construction, are those third-party vendors or are those directly our city staff?
It could be both. If it's an emergency water main break or a clog in a sewer line or a disruption to a roadway that's a safety concern, it's probably the city staff doing that. I've been out on several water main breaks. There was one over Christmas Eve, in fact, that our folks responded to and really kept a good portion of the neighborhood in service over Christmas Eve. So it could be ours, or it could be a contractor.
That makes sense. All right, thank you.
I don't see anything else, so thank you for being with us tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, so as we trade out here, we're going to shift to our third presentation, Mayor, and that's with our state lobbyist, Amy Atwood and Chris Lindsay. So go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Chris Lindsay, Assistant and this with me is Amy Atwood, the city's state lobbyist. We're here to talk to you this evening to give you an update on some legislation and ask you to consider positions on a couple pieces that we've identified for you. I'm going to let Amy start this evening with an update, and then I will talk about those positions here in a little bit.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Amy Atwood, Atwood Public Affairs, Contract Lobbyist. It's good to be here with you this evening. Hopefully things go a little smoother tonight than they did a couple weeks ago. I thought I'd start with a little bit of my background before getting to the Capitol update. I've been working in politics since 2008. I started as an in-house lobbyist and CFO. After the 2012 election, I started my contract lobbying firm. The transition was immediately successful, and I have not looked back. I love what I do. I have been lobbying in local government policy for over 10 years now. This is a subject area I am very comfortable working in, and I have institutional knowledge from a decade of being at the Capitol. I know and work with the players and decision makers in this space daily, whether they are lobbyists from different associations or municipalities or stakeholder groups. Most bills start with lobbyists, so we are ahead of the curve with the relationships that we already have. I, of course, have great relationships with legislators and leadership on both sides of the aisle. They are the ones at the end of the day that take the votes. I want to talk about my role as contract lobbyist for the city during the session. I review all the bills introduced, and those that could impact the city are put on your specific bill chart, which you all have. You have a link to the chart, and that link is dynamic. It updates every day, so you can see where all the bills are in the process. The policy staff works to review these bills and sends them to the appropriate subject matter experts within the city for comment. During this time of review, I connect with lobbyists and sponsors to gain intel and hear what issues stakeholders are having and the bill's viability. My expertise is in the legislative process, the people, and the politics. I report this intel back to the policy team weekly when we meet to discuss bills and review the feedback from the subject matter experts. At this point, we determine what the best path is forward for the city. It is important to remember that every stakeholder has a finite amount of political capital. Therefore, I recommend focusing your energy on bills where your position makes a difference. The bill has a good chance of passage and is of fundamental importance to the city operations. As you may know, the session is 120 days long, 4 months. That's it. We are 48 days into the session as of today, and 454 bills have been introduced. I'm sorry, 554 bills have been, oh my goodness, 545 bills have been introduced. Per the state constitution, each legislator is allowed 5 bills. And there are 100 legislators, so in theory, there should only be 500 bills. We usually see about 650 to 700 bills, so we still have a ways to go. As of today, we're also up 120 bills compared to this time last year. So the introduction of bills is going quicker this year than in years past. Committee schedules are full, and each chamber is moving through bills. We are well into the second quarter, if you're a football fan. Much like a football game, most of the action happens well into the second half. Most bills require some kind of funding, which is where the joint budget comes in. The Joint Budget Committee comes in. The Joint Budget Committee has begun figure setting for the state budget. The budget is not introduced, though, until the last week of March and usually passes at the end of the first week of April. This means that many bills will be heard in their first committee and then will sit in Appropriations Committee until mid-April, basically 4 weeks before this session is over. Housing affordability and local control are the biggest issues at the Capitol this year by far. Other important bills in public safety, transportation, property tax, human services, they all still exist. Housing, though, is taking up a lot of the oxygen. We, myself, policy staff, and the subject matter experts have participated in meetings with the governor's office, stakeholder groups, on all of these bills, going back to last spring and throughout the interim. We've been a part of the drafting process and have not been surprised by any of the bills that have been introduced. This is true of the many bills that impact local government. The session is the bookend to the year. The legislative session really begins July 1st and ends June 30th. So all that time in the interim, we are preparing, we're drafting, we're meeting, we're negotiating, so that at the bookend of the year, the last 4 months, is when the legislation is actually passed. Please be assured that Westminster has been well represented throughout this whole process, whether it's housing, public safety, any of the local government issues. Westminster has been represented. And with that, I'll turn over to Chris to talk about the bills on the agenda, and then once you're finished with that, we can go back and we can try to answer any other questions that you have.
Thank you, Amy. So staff has proposed positions on 4 pieces of legislation that are in your packet, along with draft position statements on those. So I'm going to go through one by one. The first one is House Bill 24-1235, which reduces the impact of aviation on surrounding communities. 2 of the sponsors are from here in the city, Rep. Byrd and Senator Zenzinger, and we're recommending the City Council support this bill. It provides funding and grants towards a number of areas to move towards unleaded gasoline for aviation. It also requires CDPHE to work together with the Division of Aeronautics to evaluate, prevent, and mitigate the adverse impacts of aircraft noise and the use of leaded aviation gasoline on public health, safety, and welfare. And again, we're recommending the city support House Bill 1235.
Comments?
That's the one I said I was supporting, so just to let you know.
Thumbs up? Yes. Counselor Carmelia, we can't see you, so how do you feel about this bill?
I support.
Do I have anybody not supporting? You're a go.
Got it. Next up is House Bill 24-1152 concerning accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. We spoke to you about this a couple of weeks ago. So the city staff is recommending we have a position of amend on this legislation. And in that position statement, what we're recommending amendments are to make the legislation incentive-based, not mandated or prescriptive, to allow local governments to maintain decision-making and oversight of land use decisions at the local level in a manner that is best for their respective communities. So we're asking for an amend position on House Bill 1152.
Comments? Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand how the incentive-based component would play out with the standards for trying to ensure that the ADUs are not treated any differently than the single-family zoning that it would be located within. I don't see why they would bother to have the bill in place if it's just incentive-based.
I need you to repeat the question if you don't mind, please. I couldn't hear from over there.
Long story short, if you make it incentive-based, what's the point of having the bill?
Well, I think this bill, the primary concern from the staff is that we understand the city council through the comprehensive plan has already directed staff to create a set of draft rules for accessory dwelling units. And so we're well on our way to doing that. We're going to wrap those into the overall Unified Development Code and bring them to you for consideration and adoption. We recommend that you stay in control of the rules that you want to apply to ADUs in Westminster, rather than having the state, dictate what rules should apply to Westminster.
Aren't the rules, they're pretty basic though.
They're pretty
In
basic.
terms of what the bill is trying to achieve, so I don't feel like we would come in with anything that would be counter to that.
The only one that I think that might be a discussion point for council in particular is there is a restriction that prevents a city from requiring owner occupancy on one or both of the units. Staff doesn't know if that's something that the city council is interested in particular, but it would be imposed by the state whether council agreed with it or not.
Well, as I recall from our discussion with short-term rentals, that it's very difficult to actually track owner occupancy, and their experience, and I was working in Denver, is that you can't track it after it's been sold, like the home's been sold. So it's very, it's kind of, it would be nice if you could ensure that you're, only gonna have the primary owner, maintain that and not rent it out. That's why you have to pair it with some type of short-term rental policy and regulation. But
So-
I'm not, yeah.
It's not impossible. I've dealt with this before. Usually you monitor it through the homestead exemption. And so that helps you quickly determine if it's owner occupied or not. But again, staff doesn't know if that's something the council's interested in incorporating into our local rules for that. And so really it's just a question of whether the council wants to retain local control of the specific rules that govern ADUs in our community.
But to be clear, though, the bill requires that the municipality can't force the ADU to be owner occupied, correct?
That's correct.
So, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I mean, the whole point of having an ADU is that it's not owner occupied.
Well, typically, some of the justification or need for ADUs is because I have an aging parent, and I'd like to have a place for them to stay. And I don't have room in the house. I could add an ADU to that to accomplish or to fulfill that need. You might have an adult child that can't afford to live on their own, but you'd like for them to have their own place. So there are a lot of situations where owner occupancy is beneficial and is possibly the norm in most cases. If you don't have an owner occupancy requirement, properties can turn into investment properties where instead of just one unit, you have 2 units. There's no guarantee that affordability is accomplished there either. It's typically going to be market rate. So again, not a policy staff understands from the council yet. It's a decision that we would bring to you with local recommendations, local regulation recommendations for you to consider. So
I interrupted. I know you had more. I'll make my comments after.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm not overly negative on it. I think if, maybe we could be more targeted on what specifically we might want amended. Honestly, I know, like, Bradford, I've seen listings for people renting out their ADUs, and that's totally fine. I don't feel like it's impacting our community intensely because this is something that we were already on the way to do. So I just, amending it to just kind of take the teeth out just doesn't, why have the bill, so.
I agree this one is probably less impactful than the other one that we will talk about tonight. It is largely in line with where the city council has directed staff to go with this. Again, the only difference is, do you want to retain local control of the specific rules that are applied to this?
I have concern with this.
Wait, I've got Counselor Azadi next in the queue.
Oh, I didn't see him.
So to follow up on that, I would say in this situation, the whole point of having the bill is to ensure, the bill is just saying municipalities, you can't restrict having an ADU in your municipality. And I think that's a good thing, because outside of Westminster, yes, so it's in our comprehensive plan that we want to approve more ADUs, but if we want to solve this housing crisis, we need to work together as a region, right? And if there are municipalities out there who are restricting ADUs, this bill should force them not to, because it actually helps us in Westminster if everyone else is also increasing their access to housing. So I'm a strong supporter of the bill. No amend, but support. And yeah.
Counselor Ireland.
So my whole problem with the bill is the utilities, the sewer, the water. You're increasing the population of your city maybe twofold. And you haven't even thought about any of these things, the infrastructure that it takes to have that much more population. Because our city's supposed to be built out at 130,000. We're at 118,000 now, and you're telling me that you want to put that many more people on the same property? You have not thought about the utilities, all the infrastructure that takes. We might need a water treatment plant bigger than the one we even planned for. So there's a lot more things to think about than we need more housing. We have tax laws and everything else that are a problem with the housing, so. And I tell you, in 10 years, when everyone is old and dying, we'll have too much housing. And then what? Think about the future.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes. Overall, I believe that I am in support because this gives, more options. It's saying that, towns need to provide the ability to have ADUs within them. But I do want to bring up some of the comments that were in discussion at Dr. Cog, which is that this could possibly raise the cost of houses overall. And so I just wanted to bring that point of discussion, that the idea is that we make housing more affordable and that this could possibly reverse that.
Along that same line, and I mean, it's kind of, I don't know how tested it is, at least in the metro area, but I have to think that if you add an additional dwelling unit, it's like, what does that do for comps in the neighborhood? So say you have two houses that have an ADU in them, that I don't know how they're going to do, comps on that. Like when you go to sell the home, obviously that one's going to be more, but is it going to raise the other ones up that don't necessarily have it? And I don't know that that's necessarily solved in this bill. My big problem with it being forced, quite frankly, is the opposite of what Councilor Zadi said. It works great for us. I think we are going to have challenges around making sure that we don't over allocate when it comes to water resources. I'm not hugely concerned because it's not like everybody's going to build one. But if you look at other municipalities that this might force this on, they may not have the ability to do what Westminster is doing. And so that's why I don't like a state solution like this, because you may have other governments that maybe this is actually going to be more harmful for. So that's why I don't like kind of that more forced approach. And so I think the amend position is good, because I would prefer that the state works with the municipalities and allows them to come up with a solution that works for their communities.
Last year at CML, I participated in one of the workshops that discussed this, and Denver has been doing ADUs, but they only had 2 neighborhoods where it was allowed, and probably it was because size of lots and every other thing. It could have been, electricity and water tap pieces. I don't know, but they just talked about those things. And other communities talked about what would or wouldn't work for them, and why. And the other thing with homeownership, some of them the homeowner chose to live in the ADU to rent out the house, the bigger piece. So they still were on the property, but they were in the ADU property and rented out their home. So those are possibilities too for all of that. Anytime the state thinks they have a better solution and want to take one of our tools out of our toolbox for any city, I just think for future councils that may come up with other things, let them do that. Don't restrict us by snapping out tools in our tool chest. So I would be in support of amending. where are you?
I'm in support of the bill as is.
Got
You're
your,
supporting the bidding.
and I don't know where you are.
Support.
Okay, so you've got support. 4-3.
All right, next up on our list is Senate Bill 24-106. This is a bill regarding construction defects. It's supported by Senator Zenzinger and Representative Byrd, again from right here in Westminster. The city staff is recommending a support position on a piece of legislation that we believe will address some of the construction defect impacts that were changed years ago with the Construction Defect Action Reform Act. We believe this is another one that will allow additions to the housing inventory, especially by lessening insurance costs for those that are building new units. So again, we're requesting a support position from City Council.
Questions, thoughts? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Oh, sorry. Counselor Dumont.
I'm in support of this, and I think this is one of those areas where the state has barriers to entering the market because a certain product hasn't been allowed to be built, and this is a further step towards addressing that. So I am a support of the bill.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I am in super support of this bill. Very excited that this might actually get insurance companies back in Colorado. On the opposite side, I'm super afraid of the other construction defects bill, and I would love for us to be able to take an actual strong stance on that in the opposition mode, because that would even create a greater impact than the current construction defects that we're trying to fix. So if you could come back with that one, I don't remember the number at the moment off the top.
It's in the 1300s.
Who was the sponsor?
It's Representative Bacon, or I'm sorry, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, and I believe Representative Parenti.
106?
Nope.
No, it's the
Oh,
opposite, the other one.
oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay.
I support it too.
Carmelia? Support, not support?
I'm sorry, if that was for me, I lost connection for a second. I support it.
Thank you. Support. Okay, you've got 7-0 on that one.
Thank you. The last one we have on deck this evening is House Bill 24-1313 regarding an increase in the affordability of housing through the use of transit-oriented communities. City staff has put in front of you a recommendation to amend this piece of legislation, and there's five bullet points within the position statement that's in front of you regarding, I'll read through these, making the legislation incentive-based, removing transit corridors from the HOG calculation, removing the loss of the HUTF funds, which go for the city's pavement management program, asking for funding for additional mandates required under the bill, and lastly, a use of gross housing density instead of net housing density to facilitate alignment with the city's comprehensive plan and water supply planning. We've got some folks here this evening to help answer some questions, but again, we're recommending an amend position.
Can you talk more about the gross versus net?
So this bill requires your housing opportunity goal to be a net density. That's 40 dwelling units on average across your transit areas. Our comprehensive plan calculates density in gross, and that's before any public land dedication, parking requirements, any dimensional requirements, setbacks are imposed. And so essentially, a net density is always going to be lower than your gross density. So a net density of 40 DUs per acre could actually be a gross density of 50 dwelling units per acre or 55. Really depends.
Thanks.
Could you maybe clear, I'd like to be a little bit more clear as to what would cause us to lose the HUTF. That's the part of the bill that I'm mostly concerned about. And so if you could, if I could get more clarity on that piece of the bill.
Yep. So you have to comply with the bill in order to retain your HUTF funding. And so it's probably best if I walk through how to comply with the bill, and then we can talk about what non-compliance means and how that applies to the loss of the HUTF funding. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is just a zoning mandate. It requires a city to rezone properties to accommodate residential housing units. And it's based on what they call a housing opportunity goal, or HOG for short. And it's a set number of dwelling units to be accommodated in transit centers. Transit centers are defined in the bill. And transit centers are basically transit corridors and transit station areas. And I'll elaborate about that in just a moment. And so as I mentioned earlier, you take the number of acreage in your transit areas, in your transit center, and you multiply that by 40 net dwelling units, and that gives you your housing opportunity goal. And so, for example, our city currently has just under 50,000 dwelling units across the board currently. And as we've all talked about, we're a little bit over 95% built out, so we're substantially built out with that number of dwelling units. So according to the bill, our transit center acreage would be approximately 2,039 acres. And so that would equate to a housing opportunity goal of 81,560 units. And so compare that to the number of units we have, and it kind of puts that into perspective, what that housing opportunity goal is anticipated to be. And so the housing opportunity, those additional housing units, would have to be concentrated in your transit centers as defined in the bill. And those are along the US 36 corridor, concentrated in areas where we wanted to see that more density around transit anyway. The Promenade, Westminster Station, the downtown. We talked about the federal BRT. If they add that to the definition, eventually that number is going to increase significantly as well. So what's a little unclear in the bill, and we've made an assumption, is that we get to count the housing units that are already in the transit centers and those that are zoned. So in terms of adding 81,560 units, it won't be that many, but it really depends on what's actually in the zones and what's it zoned for right now. Yes?
Oh, I just have other things, but keep going.
So if the future BRT is added to the transit center acreage, that's going to bump it up to about 3,178 acres, and that will be a housing opportunity goal of 127,120 units. If the bill was potentially amended, as we're suggesting, to reduce the transit area calculation to just really focus on the transit station areas instead of the land that's buffered around, or the quarter-mile buffer around the corridors, that could reduce the HOG down to 50,560 units. And so basically the city has to zone to allow that density to happen. And in Westminster, it's not just zoning, it's a comprehensive plan would have to be adjusted to allow residential dwelling unit densities of that amount. And so the 40 dwelling units per acre is really just an average across the whole transit center. The dwelling unit density, and according to the bill, has to be a minimum of 15 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 300. So it could be zone districts that accomplish anything in between that across these areas. And so basically failure to do that, according to the bill, would put us into a non-compliance status. We would be a non-qualified transit-oriented community, and that's where we stand to lose the HUTF funding.
So, just to be more clear, so let's say this bill passes as is, and we do what we need to do as a city. We change our comprehensive plan, we, change our zoning, we do what we need to do, but the developer doesn't start building. Or there's no there's, for some reason, they have to, wait before they can start breaking ground. Can we potentially lose those funds if we're trying to do our part, but for whatever reason, it can't be developed?
No, the bill only requires us to facilitate it through zoning. So the free market's got to do what the free market does.
Okay, so it doesn't hold us to actually building the units? No. Okay.
Now, there's another provision, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Normello mentioned this in some of her questions earlier. There's a provision for the city to, if we determine we have insufficient water supplies, I would suggest that's highly likely. There's not really a possible way to come close to meeting these housing opportunity goals within our current water means, among other things. But our 2040 comprehensive plan was aligned with our water resources plan. And so all of the land uses that have been allocated through that plan across the city are within the amount of water that we have to supply those land uses. So if we change those, we can shift land uses around, take away some here, add some here. But I don't see how it's feasible to add, 80,000 units plus.
I would like to push back on some of the accuracy of that, because single-family homes use the most water of any housing, and almost 40% of the water used in Westminster is for outdoor use. So if we are smarter with our outdoor use, we can accommodate folks, especially if we're talking about, condos, townhomes, apartments, the higher density, because you don't have as many yards. So the homes that take the most water by far are single-family homes.
You're correct. And our comprehensive plan, which is aligned with our water supply plan, takes all that into consideration in its calculations.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
To clarify what you said. So, with that being said, with us being as built out as we are, what's how does that change the calculation? Because in order to change where we're at with us being at the percentage build out we are, you would have to say you want to go back and somehow change what's already built out.
There's a lot of ways we can do that. One of the things that we're already working on as a city is we have that garden in a box to help people with xeriscaping, to help people plant drought-resistant plants in their yards. I think that trying to grow Kentucky bluegrass in a desert is ridiculous. So I think there's many areas of the city, of city-owned property, where it's not enough grass that kids could play on or even get used, that could be changed to drought-resistant native plants. I think that there are things that we could absolutely do to conserve our water when it comes to outdoor use versus indoor use.
And I don't disagree with any of that, but unless we have some means to go force everybody to do that, we have to watch and see what happens with Conservancy, which was what we did with the comprehensive plan last year, was to say, this is what we have today. We can build to what we have today, and then the ask of staff was to rebalance at at something that made sense. So in 5 years, if it looks like our Conservancy curve, which is consistently shown that it increases our water supply to date, but we don't know if that'll continue. So, you have to at some point rebalance. So I'm just trying to understand.
And I also think that we can also require of new builds to make sure that they are thinking about water conservation in their builds, and they are planting in their the yards and the landscape that they're doing xeriscaping and using drought-resistant plants as well. But any land that is owned by the city, we absolutely have control over. And while we can't force other people to change their yards, we can absolutely do things to encourage and make it easier for them.
Councilor Ireland?
Well, I priced out just xeriscaping, not that much of my yard, and it's like $10,000 to $12,000 for not much yard to xeriscape. So we're talking about all these people with homes that they've been in there for years. They can't afford to xeriscape, a lot of them. They're on fixed incomes and everything else. Tearing out lawns and putting rock and whatever is expensive.
Right, and we already have programs to help them with that.
But we
and
can't
can
help everyone because everyone has higher taxes, higher insurance.
But for the people
higher
who are-
utilities, higher water. Where's the money coming from?
My whole backyard is nothing but drought-resistant plants. Like, people are willing to do it, and for the people who are willing to do it, we should make it as easy as possible for the people who do want it, who do have the money, and who are willing to do it. We should make it as easy as possible for them to make those changes. There are people who want to. My yard is one of them.
Well, I'm also saying that the people are underprivileged people. I don't all think want to live in an apartment either.
Right.
I don't
but-
think that's fair to say that everyone that it doesn't have enough money should live in an apartment. I don't believe that's how everyone should live or
But-
wants to live.
No, my kids do not want to share a 2-bedroom apartment with there are 4 kids in a 2-bedroom apartment. They don't want to, they would love to live in a house. They can't afford to live in a house. They don't have the option to live, to buy their own house. That's not an option. And so I hear what you're saying. For the people who can't do it, I wish they could, but it doesn't mean that we can't help the people who can or who want to or who are willing or who do have a home. And I agree with you. There are a lot of people who live in apartments who would rather not live in an apartment, but they do so because that's all they can afford.
Well, I just want to know where this money's coming from to help all these people to xeriscape.
We already have programs in the city.
Well, only programs only go so far. So they give $1,000. $1,000, that doesn't go very far to xeriscape.
We wouldn't have these programs if people weren't taking advantage of them.
Well, it doesn't go that far.
Well, people are taking advantage of them and people are doing it.
Anything else?
I want the city to let me know how many people are taking advantage of it and how far it's going.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Because I don't think it is.
I agree, this bill still needs, sorry, I'm like getting tired. I'm like, what is this, a bill? I agree, this does need some additional work. I would kind of change a few things regarding what we're asking to amend. So, sure, it'd be nice if it's incentive-based, but I struggle with the HOG calculation. It is very complex, and I really think it should be based on something that's more of a demand established by, like, Dr. Cogg's regional housing needs assessment, or a sub-regional housing needs assessment, or our own. And so being able to identify the numbers that we need and therefore zone to allow for that. So I think so the HOG is just very complex. So I would like to, again, relate it to actual need versus this calculation. I know a lot of folks are struggling on the HUTF. I mean, I think based on the conversations I've had regarding this bill, there is more flexibility with how you calculate it. So if you have a transit center or a transit corridor, you can, you don't have to associate all of those or, rezone. You wouldn't have to rezone all within those areas. You could identify areas like the promenade, like Orchard, the Orchard that we've already zoned for mixed-use development, since those are neighborhood centers. You could you basically calculate your HOG, but you can fulfill it with zoning in areas throughout the city that still fulfill the intent of a neighborhood center or just some transit-oriented location. So they did explain that to me. That made me feel a little bit better because we've already done so much spade work as a city that we have a lot of places that we feel like, I feel like we could probably meet that number. But I still would want, we could do that calculation. So what I would, I'm not as focused on I would actually ask to reduce the minimum density requirement, not just stick at 40, whether it's gross or net, just lower it down to 30 or something, so that would be another thing to push for. I would also ask for existing plans to be considered. So we had a great conversation with Adams County too, with respect to Westminster Station. And a couple of things came out of that. We walked the drafters through, hey, we've already done all this work. We've invested $100 million here. We've planned for the infrastructure to meet the densities that we had planned here. And so I think there is some receptivity to make some type of amendment for existing plans in place and existing zoning and infrastructure investments. So I would push for that amendment. I would also push for us to be able to remove sensitive neighborhoods that might be subject to displacement. And remove those from any requirements for zoning or rezoning. And just for everybody's understanding and clarity, you have your transit centers, but you also have other neighborhood centers, again, like the promenade that we could turn to that we've already kind of met this requirement with. This does not require us to build any new housing. This also doesn't require us to overstep our existing infrastructure supply. So if we have limited water supply, this is not going to, we can't actually, we have to go through a process and report the constraints.
May I comment on that?
Yeah.
So there is a provision that allows the city to come up with an alternative that's within the water supply plan. There's, it's a little vague, and there's not a lot of there's really no certainty that the state would agree with the city. So we could certainly give them our water supply plan. Unlike a lot of municipalities, ours is robust, it's tied to our long-range planning. We can give them all the data, we can say, here's how much water we have left, but there's a provision in there that we have to prioritize multifamily and affordable housing with that water supply that's left, essentially. So my concern is that if that's the case, then we have to zone everything for housing, and we lose zoning for employment, land uses, and the mixture of other things that our city needs to be vital. And then coupled with that concern is that if the free market doesn't bring those developments in, that land is zoned for multifamily, and it just sits there. And we don't get the housing, so there are a lot of potential outcomes that are kind of concerning there because that provision is really vague.
If it's too vague, let's ask for them to, let's put some words in their mouth and give them some guidance, because the best thing to do is make sure we're able to carve out for employment. And it's kind of interesting that we would, I don't know, just the law around water dedications and where we can actually, I know we've, as a city, we had growth require, a certain amount of water taps that we would issue each year, but is there any legal limitation to being able to prioritize certain types of uses over others?
The city has water rights and in our portfolio, and the comprehensive plan is the mechanism by which the city council identifies the future growth of the city. So I think one of the concerns here that is in the report before you is that this would preempt city council on that decision-making on what the future growth of the city would look like, and it would mandate a different pattern of growth for the city, which, if it had to prioritize multifamily, would prevent the comp plan from ever being effectuated. Because if your comp plan now calls for office R&D, office flex employment uses, commercial uses, and you had to prioritize water service to residential in a multifamily context, your comprehensive plan couldn't work. So I think that's some of the home rule concern here, is that you're elected as, council members of a home rule jurisdiction, which under Colorado law has established authority to make decisions about local land use. If this legislation were to pass, the concern is that it would be contrary to the Colorado Constitution and well-established home rule authority over the future land use within the city. So that's sort of, I think, why there's a staff amend recommendation, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Big piece of it.
So, and if I may add too, you touched on something that we were thinking about internally as well, is the real issue is the way the hog is calculated. It's an enormous number that there's no way it's attainable by any sense of reason at all. How can we reduce that number? So first of all, the city has, since the 2013 comp plan, and probably before that, really managed its growth really well. We've been focusing dwelling unit density near transit and putting it where it can best suit the city, and we've just done a good job of planning that, I think. And that's been the hard work of a lot of this council and a lot of previous councils to get us there. So we were already ahead of this curve a long time ago. I take a lot of pride in that. We were well ahead of this. We've embraced this a long time ago. This is kind of overwhelming. And so if we thought about, well, how do you reduce the hog? One idea was, remove the corridors. Maybe just focus on the transit areas. That's still a huge number that would essentially still potentially double the number of dwelling units. So maybe there's a better way of doing this. Maybe it's a percentage over and above your population that's a goal. Maybe it's we're kind of starting from very, very different ends of the spectrum here, so it's hard to say there's a middle ground when the state's bill is so far out of reason.
I wonder if, because I know the corridors are a big thing with how they've structured it, but I mean, if the corridors could be maybe more aligned with how they're defining the neighborhood centers, and you could utilize the corridors as the overflow for where your transit centers might not meet, just how the neighborhood centers kind of could be an overflow area already. Maybe that's part of the suggestion to.
Well, the location that we would zone for the additional dwelling units, I think, has less of an impact as how those transit centers and the way they're defined define the HOG. And they're so massive that we end up 127,000 dwelling units. There's no way, let alone water supply, but land. And again, to put that into perspective for you, a lot of you recall that we have dwelling unit density limits in our station area and our downtown, and those are defined in the specific area plan. The downtown max is about 2,500. That's a significant density for that area. 2,500 is a drop in the bucket of 80,000 to 127,000. So that's why I'm saying it's completely off the charts unreasonable. So we've got to get the expectation from the state back down to something that's attainable. We can't be the only city that's dealing with this. some cities might have it better, some cities may have it worse.
I feel like we're one of the, yeah. It's just very, it's so complicated. I agree with you on that. If
Could be
there's
simpler.
May I add something? So, an amend position is perceived as you're supportive of the concept of the bill. The intent of the bill, you're supportive of the intent of the bill, but that there needs to be work. We also know from the governor's office that the displacement language, they're still working on displacement language, and it wasn't in the introduced version of the displacement language that they wanted, as well as affordability language. So the bill, we know, is going to change by amendment from this point forward anyways. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that amend isn't a negative.
just needs a lot of amendment. It's so complicated.
Wonder if you don't like the bill at all. What happens there?
It would be an oppose.
It would be opposed, so you don't amend or do the bill. Is there, can I say that?
Well, so it's interesting. So typically there are three positions: support, amend, oppose. When you go in as opposed, you typically are discounted and don't have the opportunity to talk. And you have the opportunity to talk, but you don't have the opportunity to amend.
Okay.
I was just waiting. You have anything else? Councilor Carmelia?
Yes, all right. Thank you. I just want to say I support this with amendment. I do think that it's a shame that it's not incentive-based. I don't think that it should be punitive for noncompliance. And housing, of course, will go where transit goes. But I do want to say that I really like the idea of what Mayor Pro Tem suggested, which is maybe having it amended to be based on local housing assessment needs. I feel like that's a really easy way to make sure that we're meeting the needs of individual communities. Maybe if they required that every 5 years or something like that, because those assessments should be happening and they are not always happening. So maybe that's a way to make sure that local communities are getting that done. But that, to me, would resolve a lot of the issues because the state, shouldn't be coming up with the formula. I would like to know how they came up with the formula, but I don't know if we have that information available.
I'm seeing a shaking of heads that we don't.
Okay. All right. Well, then we get to make the formula. How's that?
I can answer that question. The bill is pulled from a number of different states, California being one, and then building off of that model and that formula.
How long ago?
Got it. Thank you.
How long ago did they do that?
Did California?
Yeah.
I don't know.
California doesn't calculate it that way. I don't know if it's, I think they've used a combo of multiple states, so Oregon, for example, and this one's really odd. Like,
Those two states really have it all together. Oh,
Yeah,
what
everyone's
could go
leaving
wrong?
them.
That's why I was wondering how long, what are the results?
The results is everyone's leaving California.
California's.
Councilor Carmelia, do you have anything else?
No, I support with amendment.
Okay, Councilor Demott?
I'll go support with amendment, but I do like what the Mayor Pro Tem said, not Dr. Cog. No offense to Dr. Cog, but I've seen their numbers in some of our past things, and that was an issue for me where the numbers that we pulled from Dr. Cog, I think, were not attainable for our water supply. So, but we did just do this housing needs assessment, and I mean, we did that because we're trying to figure out what do we need as a city. So it goes back to that whole, I feel we know what's best for the city, and like you said, Mr. McConnell, we're ahead of the curve on this. So to throw the baby out with the bathwater would be sad for our city after all the hard work over decades that we've done.
Rosati?
Just want to say a couple things. For anyone listening and for the new counselors too, when we talk about comprehensive plans and, the trend of conservancy, for example, that comprehensive plans can be changed. Nothing is fixed, right? It's not it's not the 10 Commandments in the tablet that must be there forever. We changed it last year. There was a comprehensive plan and we revised it. So don't see these things as, oh, well, there's a thing that we need to always keep in place forever. It's us that gets to determine what we want the city to be. That's the first thing. And for example, with the conservation efforts that we have, if we have programs that are not funded enough, we have the power to fund them more, right? We have the power to do more as a city, and we should always be looking to be flexible in our plans. So I agree, we actually don't have enough money in our conservancy efforts to educate the public and to take care of our own, right? To your point, Councilor Hott, right? So we should actually put a lot more money into that to make sure that we can actually affect those natural trends, which would change our water supply, which changes everything, right? So I'm a big fan of never seeing things statically. I think everything can be changed with the right inputs. Just wanted to say that.
Where are you at?
I am at amend, support with amend.
Counselor Hott, I didn't get you as a what?
Support with amend.
Okay. And Counselor Ireland.
I guess I support to amend,
Okay, you've got,
even though I oppose it altogether.
took a while to get there, but you got 7 people for amend.
And Counselor Hott, on the other construction defects, it is not in the 1300s, it's 1230.
Close enough.
I added 3.
I do want to, just to clarify what I heard, we're going to take the amend position and the bullet points that we've outlined, and we're going to work into that, moving the calculation on the housing goal to include local housing, our local housing assessments. That's what we heard.
And and amend to allow cities to count their existing plans, if they already have zoning in place and infrastructure investments, that we can count those. And then to allow for removal of sensitive neighborhoods.
Are we in agreement?
So is the
With the plan.
HRG based on housing needs assessment?
Hey,
Right, got it.
go
Thank
have
you.
fun.
All right.
Should we be in here?
Now we
No,
got
this is 'cause I-
executive session. Do you want to roll right in, Mayor, or do you want to take a break?
We need a break.
We need to take a break so we can make sure that the light is off, and so we switched to.
I forgot.
Also, Amy, I think you're doing a great job.
Crazy though.
Fantastic job.
I appreciate